Hi everybody. Hi. I'm back after the weekend off. How is everybody?
Feels like it's been longer than
Hi.
2 months with my favorite streamer. Let's fucking go.
Hi Anna, I'm Pep. Thank you for the 2 months on tier 3. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it here in the Stimdom. Thank you girls for the 10 months and the tier 3. Thank you. Holy golden kappa. That's crazy. Doing great for now. Even better, stream has started. I feel like I haven't streamed in forever, even though it's only been like 3 days. It hasn't been that long. Thank you, Supernova, for the community gifted sub. Thank you so much. If you got the gifted sub, please say thank you. I'm pink. I haven't used my princess outfit in a while, but I do have a I do have a pink hairstyle that I don't use very often.
Major some 789 cheered Dex 100. Hello from Beijing Stim.
Wow,
Looking
you're
very
in
pink
Beijing!
today.
I am very pink today. You're in Beijing. That's so cool. Thank you, Sam. Wow, Mangoes, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for supporting the Golden Kappa train. Enjoy your Golden Kappa emote. That's really cool. Thank you. Wow. Hi, Nistro. What have you done with our favorite green woman? She's sleeping. She's napping. If mathematics is mathematical and quizzes are quizzical, what does that make tests? Testa. You know what it means. You know what it means, Alistair.
_H cheered Dex 100. Hey Stim, I have a question. If mathematics is mathematical and quizzes are quizzical, what does that make tests?
I'm so used to the casual stim fit. The formal fit feels off.
90 cheered X 100. I missed princess outfit stimper for hug.
You better worship me. I'm in my regal attire. Stim, howdy ma'am. I'm new to your channel. I found you watching Warhammer videos. As a fellow Warhammer lover, I approve. Also love your opening music. Nice to meet you. Oh, nice to meet you, Barbaric Ronin. Welcome in. Welcome to the Stimdom. Welcome. Thank you, Invincible, for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Invincible. That's very nice. I have to let my dog go out. Okay. She's in her formal regalia, usually reserved for public executions and new arrivals of Beastman guards. Wow!
Terabyte 79 cheered Dex 100. Stimper 4 Stimper Blush Pink says Stimper 4 Stimper Blush.
Thank you, Terabyte, for the 100 bits. We do have a subathon starting on Saturday, just so everybody knows.
The Invincible 316
if you want to save your bits
100.
and subs.
Sometimes it's good to remind us that you're a princess. Here's something to meet my worship quota for today.
Thank you, Invincible. I have to remind y'all sometimes. Ooh. There's your ooh. I haven't done an ooh in forever. I almost forgot how. No one asked me to ooh anymore. Yeah, save your points to raise the timer. Save your points to raise the timer. Also, the event is over. The Glishstars event is over.
Oh, is it time to pay taxes?
Pay taxes on Saturday when I do my subathon, if you want to keep me in a subathon or not. Here's a kiss, Fluffy. Mwah. Give us the super deep ooh-woo? No. Ooh-woo? I only know how to do like little high-pitched oohs. Oohs cringe, we yearn for the ara-aras. Why do you yearn for the ara-aras? I'm not like a mommy character. There's plenty of streamers who do ara-aras. You want it because I don't do it? We don't do aura-auras around these parts. Last time I did an aura-aura was like 2 years ago. Stim is Ubu coded, not aura-aura coded. It's true. Oh, and green again.
Cracktopus cheered X100.
Oh, thank you for the bits, Crack. Did you mean to cheer something? Stim Pheasant requested an aura-aura. Well, we don't talk about what happened. I just had 100 bits left over and there's a train. Oh, thank you, Crack. That's nice.
It's Fat Tail Friday, you fucking losers. Let's fucking go. Happy Friday, Stim Really and the Stim Peasants. It's time to enjoy being mentally unstable together. Yahoo!
By the way, I bought a Balrog-themed €10 coin yesterday. I believe it's a French exclusivity. It looks really cool.
That is very cool. Hi, Andragon. I'm actually doing reacts today, recommended to me by Duologs. So I was kind of surprised. He said I should try doing some like lore reacts because I haven't done lore stuff in a while. So we know who to blame. No, I think they're cool. I only am doing them because I agreed that they looked cool. So I was actually quite happy that he recommended me to do some things because I feel like I often just, you know, do whatever. I don't really have any input on what I should do. It's kind of nice to be recommended, like someone took an interest in my channel and recommended things for me for once. 1 second. I have to let my dog go outside. She gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. 1 second. Chew. Oh, thank you, Akora, for the 10 gifted. Thank you. Level 6. Holy heck. Or level 7 train. Holy heck. Thank you, Akora. That's really nice of you. Sneaky, sneaky. Thank you. To be fair, you didn't want the previous suggestions for good reason. Well, you see, I wanted suggestions. Here's my thing. I wanted suggestions that were for me. That, you know, someone actually took the time and care to, like, be familiar with my channel and my community and make suggestions based on, you know, what we actually like and what my content is. If you're just gonna suggest me to play Brown Dust or Nikkei or whatever, then I'm gonna be like, you don't even watch my channel. So I actually am excited to watch Duologs' recommendations. They seem kind of stuff that I would like. Because it's nice to get feedback, you know? Is your hair turning green again? This is the secret hidden hairstyle. Secret hidden unlocked watermelon combo, wombo combo. The Nikkei lore would be your vibe, unfortunately. I'm not watching Pancreas today, no. I actually am watching a Luton video. Is it edible though? Yes. Yes, you might get a hairball though. I know, Luton. I'm actually watching a Luton video. Well, okay, so we'll see if I have time. Luton video is very end, so I might run out of time.
Wow!
We'll see if I have time.
Magism 789 cheered X100. I visited the Beijing Spaceflight Museum yesterday. They had an exhibition there showing cosmic horrors out there in the universe that we may visit or that might touch us from distances we can't comprehend.
Might touch us?
I couldn't sleep because they described graphically on what will happen to humans in their presence. Look up Magnetas when you get a chance. One of these actually did affected us in the 60s apparently.
A cosmic horror affected us in the 60s? I believe it. I believe it. I'll look it up later. That's really cool, Major Sam. I'm sorry you couldn't sleep, though. So you just bait him and won't watch it? Got it?
Wow!
I I actually do want to play this like game Mochi was playing last night.
X100. One of your fellow Outbreak members really loves this game trilogy called Zero Escape. It has incredibly good lore. I very highly recommend it, and I've given like 11 copies to streamers since last year.
11 copies? Holy heck. Do you just really love that game, Alistair? No, it's funny because you're saying, oh, she's not like other girls. She doesn't play Nikkei. But I am like other girls because I want to play that Road to Empress, Road to Empire. What is that Chinese game? Or is it Japanese? What is that game? Mochi was playing it last night. Road to Empreg? What? Can you Empreg?
WHO's this pink yapping lost child? Oh, hi Stim.
It's Miki! Hi Sakuya. I actually bought that last week. I saw... Okay, so I've seen people playing it, and I'm like, what is this? It's just like watching a K-drama or something. And I looked into it, and it's like an intrigue dating sim game, kind of. I'm like, wait, this sounds kind of fun. Sim having a hard time grasping the concept of unknowable cosmic being touching us from far away. Just ask the fish. It's pretty much a visual novel. Even one of your fave YouTubers played it. Yeah, she streamed for like 8 hours last night, she said. Holy heck! Thank you for the 6 months at tier 1, Lumi. Louise? Thank you. That's really kind of you. I hope you like it here in the Stimdom. I think it'll be fun. I kind of want to try it out. I literally get to play like ruling a kingdom, court intrigue and all that stuff. And I am a princess, so I think I would be good at it. It's not really my style, but I want to try it. Wow, thank you for the level 7 golden copper train. That's crazy. Thank you, Stim Peasants. I like it here. It was finally time for a sub. Have been lurking mostly. Oh, I'm glad you like it here. You start as a concubine, by the way. So you start as a concubine and you work your way up to Empress. Hell yeah. There's a similar Three Kingdoms game I found, but sadly only in Chinese. Are you gonna play both games? What games? I'm only gonna start with number 2 because it's me. I'm not gonna play the first one. Would you be interested in playing Pathfinder Kingmaker? You got the D&D experience while also kingdom management. Maybe. That's crazy. What do you want? Stim puppy. You're so needy today. Oh yeah. Road to Empress might actually be a good way to get you started on Chinese history. Wait, is it like a continuous timeline between both games?
K4ST3 and Sheared X100. Stim would never play a part 1 of any game, you sillies.
It's true. Yeah, probably not. In this case, you should do the first game. The story of the second carries on directly from the first. So everyone who's playing the second one right now has finished the first game? I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe. Stim started Resident Evil from 4, and that was a great place to start. I stand by that. The 5 Hearts Under One Roof game I was talking about one time is like that too. FMV game. Yeah, but that's like a dating sim, isn't it? Hi, Justin. Hi, Warp Leviathan. I gotta close my... Sorry, my puppy keeps coming in and outside of my room. Second. History is indeed a continuous timeline. I didn't know if it was like real historical figures or like made up characters in that setting, you know? Is it historical figures? It's kind of weird if it's real historical figures. Should she react to the life of a concubine video? I already know the life of a concubine. I read a book about it once. I wish I could find good books about history in my language. My dad really liked one about Empress Wu. I wish I could find one about Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I can read. I like books. I got into like this period of like reading a lot about geishas. I know that's Japan, not China, but it was very interesting. I'm assuming, I don't know, actually Chinese concubines are probably different, but I mean, they might have similarities. I felt weird not to say hi, Stim, and good luck with stream. Oh, thank you, Mag. Have a good day at work. Tell us about what you're reading. I'm still reading Red Rising. I'm about 3/4 of the way done the first book. It's pretty good. I kind of put reading down and was painting a lot. Well, no, geishas weren't concubines, but it like the books I read about them talked about concubines too. Geishas were like entertainers, like high-class entertainers. So today we're going to be watching some videos about the history. What do I have again? The history of Tamriel, an introduction to Elder Scrolls lore, the history of Fallout, which is like a pretty short video. It's not pancreas. Why does everyone keep asking me if it's pancreas? It's not pancreas. And then I'm gonna read about the races in Middle Earth explained. And then we have time. I'm gonna watch Luton's video about Dark Angels.
100. Hi Stim, happy to see you streaming and smiling. I wish you many blessings of good fortune. Speaking of history, here's a fun story from Korean history. The Korean court had historians whose job was to write down literally everything that happened. Early in his reign in the late 1300s, King Taejong fell off his horse while trying to shoot a deer. According to the court historians, he then got to his feet, looked around, and told his entourage not to tell the court historians about it.
That's funny. I mean, yes. Literally, chat, don't clip that. Geisha is above and foremost a performer. A concubine is lower tier. Yeah. That's what I said. That's literally what I said. Races of Middle Earth. Man, I love the Rivendell 500 and a 24 hours of Rohan. I mean, I feel like I already know the races of Lord of the Rings. I've read all the books. I even read the... I can't say that word. Similarion. Silmarillion? Anyways. Silmarillion. I read that book like 2 times actually, because the first time I retained no information from it. It was just a bunch of words. And then I tried reading it again, and it was like a bunch of names, and I was like, well, I read it, so it counts. It's a tad hard to read. It's just like a lore dump of like elf names, basically. I felt like. If you read it 3 more times, you'll start seeing sentences. For how amazing the world building is, he has an awful writing style. I don't think he has an awful writing style. It's just not really for me. He goes on too long, you know? I'm sure there are people who love that very, like, flowery, overly explained, overly described type of style. I just don't like it. He was a much better world builder and linguist and novelist. Dan Abnett style. Yeah. It is tough to chew through, yeah. Hi, Pumpkin. You get credit for trying? Yeah, that's true. Dude, I read Lord of the Rings when I was young. I think my parents got it for me. I remember they got me this, like, 3-book collection of Lord of the Rings for Christmas when I was, like, 12 or something. 12 or 13. They're like, wow, our daughter's a fucking nerd. And then they also got me, they didn't know what Lord of the Rings was about, so they also got me, like, the Silmarillion or whatever books. And so I tried reading them when I was, like, 14. I'm like, wow, my parents got me an Elven dictionary for Christmas. Yay! I wish my parents did that. They cringed when I bought novels. Really? Oh, my parents always encouraged me to read. I was like the only person in my family that read, though.
Hi Stim, Pilascod and the agony. I just had my wisdom tooth pulled and a large chunk of my jaw came with it.
I hope you recover quickly. Wisdom teeth hurt. Yuckies. Tooth pain sucks. Everyone in my family read, so I was always present. No, I had all my wisdom teeth taken out. Wow! I had to have surgery to get them out, though.
Anon-Pep cheered X100. Did you know, Stim, that the first thing he created of Middle-earth was the languages? Deadass made the elf language as a hobby, and then he was like, what kind of people would speak that, and then we got Lord of the Rings. What a nerd, am I right?
That's very interesting. What a strange way of approaching things. My mom always took me to the library, and we're the only ones who read. Ew, foul! I don't need the graphic details, my dude. Ugh. Tolkien is a linguist. So how many languages did he know? Does it say anywhere? I had my wisdom teeth taken out through surgery because my mouth is too small. There wasn't room for them to come into my mouth, so they had to take them out. Real languages, I meant. I know he made up a bunch of languages. No kiss for you duologues. He took inspiration from Celtic languages and Finnish for the Elvish languages. That's really interesting. Can you, like, actually learn those languages then? If I just wanted to learn elf language, like, is there a guide out there? Is there a book to read? Kind of. Not really. His documentation is lacking. That sounds so difficult, making up a language. I know people literally learn to speak Klingon. Who made Klingon language? Was Star Trek a book before a show, or did it all come from the show? I actually don't know that. John Klingon made it. Oh, my bad. I should have known that. It was just a show? Wow. It's so a space TV show spawned a whole language. That's kind of wild. Gene Roddenberry was a creator of Star Trek. Don't know if he made the languages though. We should all make up a Stimdom language to confuse the raiders. We want to be nice to outsiders, okay? We don't want to scare away new people. The dragons in Skyrim have a full language. Fus Roda! Yeah, I knew that. Tim already has a second language, brat. Not a brat. Yeah, the dungeons have wide open doors for the new arrivals. I did want to address something now, because Saturday is going to be a big day. We're going to be on Twitch front page, which is exciting. So there'll be a lot of possibly new people watching. And I just thought to mention that I feel like the teasing has been a lot lately, whether you guys are aware of it or not. It's starting to bother me, especially because it carries over into the Discord. And I just feel like maybe we should turn it down a level, where if, you know, every comment or every second comment you make is making fun of me, maybe just tone it down a little so that I don't feel like I'm constantly being made fun of in the Discord and on Twitch. Like, I like banter, but if I'm not giving, you know, banter back, like I just want to chat sometimes and not have to defend myself all the time.
Hi Stim, lovely to see you in your royal attire.
Aw, thank you, Bex. Do you like my dress? Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, if we're gonna be on the front page, I don't want that to be the first introduction to my chat where everyone's bullying the streamer the whole stream. So if we could just tone it down maybe a little bit. It's just been a lot. Because I've noticed it in the Discord too. So I just feel like I can't really chat anywhere without being made fun of. And I know it's funny, and I'm all for teasing, you know, back and forth. But if it's not back and forth, if it's just teasing me all the time, like, you have to remember, I'm speaking generally, making general comments to like 200 to 300 people, but you're all making comments just to me. So if there's like 10 or 20 people making fun of me at the same time, that's just all going to me. I'm just a girl. And it's just I've been having a hard time. So it's just, you know, it's just been kind of bothering me a bit. So that's why I wanted to talk about it, especially before we do the Twitch front page. I just don't want a lot of new people to just come in and start making fun of me because they don't understand that that's, you know, not how I want things to be. I want it to be sometimes, but not all the time. So bullying the streamer is only fun if the streamer enjoys it. I don't mind doing it sometimes. Like, we can have that like banter, but not every single moment, not every single message. I also don't think it's very healthy to come in and bully me to the point where, or not bully me, joke with me, take the piss, I will say, to the point where you feel like you have to say sorry. I feel like maybe you should have stopped a few messages ago. Like, you shouldn't feel bad about how you interact with me, you know? So just maybe be more aware that if you're saying like 3 or 4 mean things in a row and then saying sorry, that maybe you shouldn't have said those mean things. It's hard to talk about because I'm not like mad or anything. I just don't want it to become normal. That's all. To say if a joke isn't okay, it's not really like the joke itself that's not okay, but if I have like, I don't know, a bunch of people repeating the same thing over to me, like, oh, you don't read, you're stupid, or our streamer's so dumb, or she just bullies us, or she just rage baits us, or whatever, like, I still just want to be able to talk normally to you guys. I don't want it to always be like that. Yeah, it's not like a specific joke that's not okay. It's just, I think the amount of it. There's nothing like said that's been totally out of balance. It's just the amount of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, setting expectations and mood within the community, yeah. Yeah, less limit testing maybe. Like, Stim hates teasing, to be honest. I don't mind it. Like, I don't mind it sometimes. I'll be in a teasing mood. You guys can tell when I'm, you know, giving it back to chat, but I'm just trying to have like a heartfelt conversation or just a normal having my coffee talking to my favorites. I don't want to have to be like dealing with it all the time, you know, like maybe there's time and place. What's the usual level of banter? I don't know. I just noticed it's been really a lot the last couple weeks, that's all. I've also been going through kind of a hard time. So, it's been hard for me to take it, I guess. Sorry, it's hard to talk about these things. I feel bad, but anyways.
Anon-Pep cheered X100, oi, none of that, we love you. You say whatever you need to.
Anyways, I just wanted to address that. So thank you for hearing me out. I hope you don't feel like I'm targeting anyone. It's just a general feeling.
Joladog cheered X1000, Stimper for hug. I'll be sure to be on my best behavior.
Thanks. Thank you, Jolo, for the bits. That's very nice of you. Yeah, there's just been a lot of jokes at my expense, and I've had to talk to like Duolog's my boss about it. For even how he talks to me, so I thought I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't talk to my chat about it. But it's not that serious. I just wanted to talk about it, especially before
Supernova Bombastic cheered X200.
we go on front page in case there's more people watching.
If we crossed a line, that's our fault, not yours. You've quickly become one of my favorite streamers to the point that I kinda get excited when I see the Go Live notification. You're allowed to set boundaries, but it's also 100% understandable why that feels hard to do. Stimper for hug.
Thank you, Supernova. That's really sweet. I think at some level there's a bit of a company-wide expectation of talents being unhinged and pushing back against it, which can go sour pretty quickly. Thank you for speaking up. Yeah, it's kind of a scary thing to speak up because I don't want anyone to feel bad, but I also don't want it to get out of control. So I think it's my responsibility just to say, hey, it's been a bit much. Let's just chill. You guys are as bad as me. I don't know. You're pretty bad at dual logs. But that's why Dualogs has toned it down, because I asked him to. I mean, I think I asked him multiple times, so. Even though he was joking, I know even you guys got mad at his jokes sometimes. And I know, especially with new chatters coming in, if they see, you know, everyone making jokes at my expense all the time, then they join in, and then they join in. And then no one knows what the normal tone is supposed to be like anymore. It just kind of gets all confusing and stuff. It's no one's fault. I just wanted to clear the air now so that I can feel better about coming here. Yeah, I want this to be a positive place. And I just noticed it's getting to kind of be like a place where it doesn't feel that positive anymore. Even though it's all in like jokingly fun, it kind of seems like it doesn't feel positive anymore. Kind of feels like a bit too much. So let's try and keep this like a happy, positive place. Of course I'm gonna joke with y'all still, and you're welcome to joke back with me. Just maybe not every day, all day. Like I said, it's more like the frequency of messages, so maybe take some time to just chat normally with me and not make every message to be a tease or an insult.
100. I really appreciate how honest you're being with us right now. I know how hard it is to be vulnerable, and you're in a position where you have to be that way so much. I can't imagine how that feels. I want you to know I care about and respect you so much. I know I've said it before, but I see you all as my friends and I don't want to do anything to hurt you. Let's have fun from now on.
It's all good. Hug. I'm not hurt or anything. It's just hard for me. My God, I'm losing my voice. Sorry, I'm just emotional. I'm not hurt. Like, I don't want to give the impression that I'm hurt or anything. It's, as a people pleaser, it's hard to speak up. That's all. Which just sounds really weird coming from a streamer, because my job is literally to talk. But I'm more just nervous. I'm just nervous. It's hard for me to speak up on things sometimes, which is really weird as a streamer, but it is. I don't want anyone to feel bad, that's all. Yeah, I have a hard time standing up for myself. But I also wanted to say something, because I know there's a lot of streamers who have issues with their chats getting away on them, or people not knowing their boundaries, and they feel like they can't say anything because they're scared to, you know, like hurt someone's feelings, or lose fans, or be taken the wrong way. So I thought, you know, I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't just say anything. Maybe help other people feel like they can speak up too. That's all. I just want to make sure things are just more chill. That's all. Anyways, sorry about that. Everything's all good. I'm glad you guys heard me out, and I hope I didn't hurt anyone's feelings. It wasn't. There's no one like in particular. It's just like a general frequency of things. That's all. But we are going to watch some more videos today. Actually, I even felt like I haven't watched videos in a long time. So we're gonna watch some some lore videos today, because I am a lore-loving dragon princess. And for being a lore-loving dragon princess, I haven't done lore in a while. I've been kind of in a gamer mode. I've been wanting to play lots of games because there's been lots of fun games, especially with the Warhammer releases. So today we're just going to do some lore videos. I am watching some history of Tamriel stuff. So history, like the Elder Scrolls lore, which, you know, I was thinking I don't know the history of Elder Scrolls very well for playing, I guess not all the games. I never finished Morrowind. But I played Oblivion and Skyrim. And I don't even know, like, the lore. I don't even know the timeline of Tamriel. It's so complicated to me. It doesn't come up in the games, weirdly. And I know, it doesn't really come up in the games. It seems very, like, big world setting. And yet the game is, like, focused on, like, one very small specific part of the world. So you don't really, like, hear about the other stuff going on. Or, like, the lore of it, really. Or maybe it's just because I don't read every book in game. It could be if I read the books, maybe I would get it. Yeah, exactly, Cora. That's exactly what I was thinking. I guess if you read there's literally history of Tamriel books in the games, I'm pretty sure. I just didn't read them. I wonder if I'll learn something new today. I was pretty deep in the Elder Scrolls, but more stuff just kept coming up. The deep part takes inspiration from wow, I can't say that word. Hinduism and Gnosticism. I didn't pay $60 to read in Skyrim. I'm actually one of those people that do read the books for the most part, but if it's a history book, I'm like, I'm not reading that. But I like reading the storybooks. They have really funny stories. I should read how the Argonians responded to the Oblivion Crisis. Man, I really want to replay Skyrim. I might do a Skyrim speedrun, y'all. Where I just speedrun to beat the main quest of Skyrim on stream. I think that would be kind of fun. Because I've played it already, so I don't need to do all the side stuff. I might just see how fast can I beat the main story of Skyrim. I think that would be fun. Wasn't there a video where someone did a book report on all the in-game books? What? That's crazy! I've read the Argonian, but like the lusty Argonian maids, you mean?
Wow!
Magism
you never finished Skyrim, Cora?
Dex 100. I am going to be lurking for a bit. Use code STIMPACK for 10% off on GamerSups. Also use code STIMPACK for 10% off on Cheeky.
Thank you, Major Sam.
This way you can be clean and stay energized even in this economy.
That's true. Use code STIMPACK for 10% off your GamerSups and 10% off Cheeky. You can help me get closer to a big fat tail shaker cup and also save money on your subs. So, okay, anyways. So there's just like this video about the history of Tamriel that I'm gonna watch. And then there's also this video about all the races in Middle-earth explained. And I was looking at it and I know most of them, but there are some I don't know. Like the races of the Aenir. What's that? Valar, Aenir, and Maiar. I don't know who those people are. And then there's like info about Sauron and the evil spirits. I know the trolls, the hobbits, the dragons. Maiar are like angels. Hey, basically angels and demons. The what? The Aenir. Okay. That's what they're called, okay. The Aenir. The Valar and Maiar are all Aenir. Yeah.
Whoa, awooga. Awooga, wooga,
wooga. She said Aner. Elder Scrolls and Lord of the Rings myths share many things, surprisingly. And then also, we're gonna watch History of the Fallout World. Because I'm not really sure what the history is, to be honest. Other than big nuclear bomb, I think. Fighting. Mutants fighting. Rebel factions fighting. I don't know. Bomb go. Bad things happen. Big bad. Fallout has it's more than one big bomb. Okay. And then, if we have time, I'm gonna watch Luton's Dark Angel video finally. That he made specifically for me that I haven't watched. I feel like I know a lot about Dark Angels already, but I don't know it chronologically, so maybe we'll learn something there. Thank you for the 45 stream streak, Northern Sales. Thank you. All right, are we ready to lock in? Put your history glasses on, or any glasses, if you wear glasses. We're gonna buckle up and learn some lore today. Thank you for putting my glasses on. Terrified.
Before wiggle.
Got my painting glasses. That's good too. Get your clear lens glasses to look the part. Stim is my favorite dragon and green base streamer. What? Thanks, Duologs. I'm watching your video recommendations today, okay? I'm doing my job and following your advice. I've been watching Luton's content for 4 years. It's insane. He's a stim peasant. Not only is Luton a stim peasant, but he's one of my best friends now. I know, what an unlikely friendship, but he's one of my best friends. We talk all the time. Dragon maid stim would be cool. This is kind of random. I am toying with the idea of getting a maid outfit. Wow. Not really because I do maid stuff, but because I just think maids are cute.
X100.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Ronan. I wish I had friends too. I mean, all my friends are online except for like 2 people. So I will be killing a lot of chat during that stream. The maid outfit, well, wouldn't it be funny, you know, dragon maid? It would be cute maid though, not like a sussy maid, like a cute maid. But like with a big ass sword or something, that'd be cool. I fucking love maids. Let's go. I love maids too. I think maids are just really cute. I've been thinking a lot about my style as a streamer lately. All maids are sussy. I mean, Mint is a maid. Mint Phantom. She doesn't have a bad crowd. Or not a bad crowd. I shouldn't. My bad. My bad. I'm not calling the Grooners bad. I'm sorry. I'm not calling them a bad crowd. A different crowd. A different crowd. She doesn't have that crowd, I don't think. They call her Freak Phantom. No, I get it. You hate them. I did not say that. I didn't say that. She's literally named Freak Phantom. What the heck? I thought Mint Phantom was a say-so Christian streamer. You're telling me she's not? What the? Huh? She was never that. I don't think she does lewd content, though. She doesn't. I mean, I don't think she does. I don't think so. Ask her about the snake body pillow. She doesn't do lewd content, but she's down bad for Metal Gear. Mint is just goofy. Anyways, I'm saying I can be a maid and not be lewd. Like, it could be fun. It could be a cute outfit. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I've been thinking about my style a lot lately as I've been working on the new model. And I very much prefer, like, the cute, say-so style. Or not say-so. What's the opposite of lewd? I want to say say-so, but... Anyways, I want to stay away from lewd content. Moe! Thank you, Moe. I like that. More cute Moe style. That's my style, yeah. Wholesome? I wouldn't say I'm wholesome. I have kind of a freaky personality, but I don't show that outwardly. I'm cute. I'm pretty cute. And I like that style. The Killdozer say so, trust. Maybe cute, but with like anger issues, you know?
Wow!
Monster of Mangoes cheered Dex 100. You should wear a super long Victorian maid dress. That would be a good way to mess up the freaks.
I could do that, but I really love short skirts. What do you think? Long skirts or short skirts for maid outfits? They're both cute, but they both have a very different style. Oh my god, there's so many long dresses, really? Long maid outfits just make me think of like matronly though. Long skirt Victorian maid is better? I kind of like short skirts though. Oh, I could switch between both, that's true. When I think of like a long maid outfit, I think of like a grandma. Is that not the right idea? Do you not think of grandmas when you see a long skirt? Long for a proper maid, short is more cute. No. Long skirts are a sign of refinement. I see. Rena from ZZZ has recontextualized long maid outfits. Whoa, let me look up Rena. What's a long maid outfit I could look up? Rena ZZZ maid? Well, that doesn't count. Oh wait, well, does it count? I don't know if that counts because she literally has a slit in her skirt going up to her waist. So I don't know if that counts as a long maid outfit when it shows thigh. I think Crony's maid outfit is a good example. Or Aid from Nikkei. Okay, let me look up Aid first. Addy? Aid? Nikkei. Oh, okay, yes, she's very cute. She's very cute. I do like her. She's super cute. But she also has a huge bosom. Like ginormous, gigantic. What? Let me look up Crony's maid outfit. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god, wait, it's so cute. Oh, how have I not seen Crony's maid outfit? That's so cute. I really like that. She also has a gigantic bosom. She does. Do all the maids in long dresses have huge booba? Is that the thing? Is there a flat-chested maid in a long dress anywhere? No comment. It's the meta. It is the meta. Okay, this is what I always heard. This is what I always heard. If you have a big chest, you can wear a long dress. If you have a short chest, if you have a small chest, you have to wear short skirts because you don't have any assets up there. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's true or not, but it's like flat up top, so short skirt. Large up top, you could wear a long dress because it's still, you know, you still have like appeal. You know what I mean? If you cover up everything in a long dress and you don't have a chest or nothing, then it's just like wearing a sheet. It's because maids were also nursing nannies? What the? No, a wet nurse is different than a maid. It kind of makes sense. It does! Name me a flat-chested VTuber with a long dress. You can't. Literally can't. Thank you, Alistair, for the 7 months. Mint does not have a long dress. She has a short dress. She has a short dress. Mochi. How long is Mochi's dress now that I think about it? It is kind of long, isn't it? Dress length directly correlates to chest size. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a scientific experiment. Weeding out all the other VTuber watchers I see. Mochi's skirt don't go down to her ankles. Yeah, it's like a normal length dress. I just wanted to see what other VTubers are watching, that's all. You fell for it. I believe Aqua's maid outfit is long, I'm not sure. You've been jebaited. I actually really like Crony's outfit though, it's very cute. If I do VTuber maid outfit and see what comes up on my Google. There's a lot. I only watch Stim. Thank you, Red. Oh no, we've been caught, Scatter! Anyways, I might do a maid outfit, but like a cute one. Oh yeah, Aqua, her maid outfit is short too. Just so you know, I just looked it up. It's short. I too only watched him. You lie! All men lie! You should play Yu-Gi-Oh! No, I hate Yu-Gi-Oh! I will never. Actually, don't hate Yu-Gi-Oh! You know what's funny? This is so embarrassing, actually, you guys. I was gonna tell you the story, but it's actually really embarrassing. I should show you this at my next stream. Or my next hand cam stream. My friend came over, my friend whose birthday it was. And we were randomly talking about things we collect. And I busted out my Yu-Gi-Oh! Card binder and I made her look through every page of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Card binder and explained all of my favorite cards. And she was like, what's a Yu-Gi-Oh? Is this Pokemon? It was really embarrassing. But I realized, man, this thing hasn't seen the light of day in a long time. Yeah, basically is. Oh no. She's like, is a Yu-Gi-Oh! The same as Pokemon? I was like, no. And I showed her the Pearlies and she's like, I've seen this Pokemon! I was like, no, I don't think you've seen it. That's not a Pokemon. That's a Pearly! It's different! Okay, it's different. Did you have a favorite card? Wait, hold on, let me get my binder. Dusting off the ancient tome of forbidden knowledge. It's literally right here beside me. This thing's heavy, holy shit. It must weigh like 10 pounds. Did you show her your Warhammer models? I have not shown her my... Oh yeah, I showed her my Warhammer models. The ones I painted. Oh yeah, oh my god, yes, I did. Her favorite card was, where is it? Her favorite card was my Ancient Fairy Dragon. What's that? That, I don't know the finishes. I don't remember what they're called anymore. The very sparkly one. Ancient Fairy Dragon super sparkly one that you could get from like the tins. QCR! My QCR Ancient Fairy Dragon. She loved that one. She also liked my Danger Jackalope. And she liked Dark Magician Girl. Yeah, it was the quarter century secret rare. Yeah. I don't have a ghost rare. No. Oh, and she also said I have the IP Masquerina on a motorcycle. And she said, what the fuck? She said, Stim, what are you collecting? That's kind of sus. What do you mean IP Masquerina's sus? That's a great looking card. God forbid a woman rides a bike. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a great card. Dangers are so nice. Shout out to my girl Nessie. I have a whole Pearly collection. They're beautiful. I love them. I should show you guys my Yu-Gi-Oh cards later. You show up to a girl's house and she busts out her Yu-Gi-Oh card collection. What are you doing? I think it's pretty cool, okay? I think it's pretty cool. Bike art is love, bike art is life. It's very good card. Fuck it, we duel? Cannot say? Okay. My QCR bike is guarded by the stim pin standee. Yay! Better than the girl that had like 13 birds. Oh my, that's a lot of birds. Holy shit. If she busts out the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I'm gonna show her pics of my Warhammer minis. Oh my god, that reminds me. At the birthday party, at my nephew's, graduation party. I went to my nephew's kindergarten grad on the weekend. Or no, not on the weekend, yesterday. Holy shit, I don't know what day it is. I went to my nephew's graduation party and I took pictures of like the like little ceremony and stuff, and my mom was asking me for the pictures. And so I opened up like the pictures on my phone and she was looking and she's like, why do you have like 50 pictures of like an army guy? It was my Warhammer Dark Angels I was painting. She's like, Stim? What? Why do you have all these like pictures of your little gray soldier guys? That's my camera roll. That's not an army guy. That's my husband, Mom. That's like most of my phone gallery. Honestly, it was very awkward. I was trying to explain, like, they know I like Warhammer, but she didn't really understand why I had so many pictures. This is why we don't visit Auntie anymore. I mentioned to my brother I'd picked up painting Warhammer minis, and his sister-in-law excitedly turned to me and said, "You paint Warhammers? That's very cute." That's very cute. Yeah, literally having fun with your army guys, honey.
My queen.
That's nice, honey. Oh, thank you, Kuzu. Thank you for the 7 months. I really appreciate that. That's nice, honey. That's cool. I'm glad you're having fun with your little army guys, honey. Okay, I'm gonna refill my coffee and then we'll go straight into the Elder Scrolls React, okay? Did she think it was actual hammers you were painting? I don't think she cares enough to, I don't know. I don't think she cared. It was a very much like, that's nice. Or like when you show someone something and they're just like, wow, that's crazy. And you're like, oh man, I got that crazied. Damn. That's why when I that's why I put my army game pictures in a dedicated folder. Leaves the camera roll free for interacting with non-Warhammer people. Man, you have folders? Folders? I didn't even know you could do that. It reminds me when my dad called my anime figurines my dolls. Oh no! That's so funny. That's so relatable too. Damn. Bruh, I feel you. The number of my wife's friends who think of me like a train basement guy is very Wait, you're not a train basement guy? It's basically the same thing. Painting Warhammers, train basement guy. There's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of similarities. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back, and then we'll do the reacts. Go get yourself a drink if you need, or a refill, and then we'll watch the videos. Hello. I just joined and I thought the stream became an IRL stream. Wouldn't that be the jump scare of your life? If I just came back and I was like at the beach. That would be
for a nice
crazy.
Fresh, and depending on our choice, caffeinated drink we could buy at 10% off using code STIMPACK. I would really need it with summer being nearly here.
I couldn't decide on a drink. The recommendation for a nice fresh and depending on your choice caffeinated drink we could buy. Okay, so I actually got a package from GamerSupps recently. And my favorite flavor is the sweet 6-pack. That's personally my favorite. I've been drinking it a lot. And I don't really do like protein powders or energy drinks or like any stuff like that. I just drink coffee and Diet Coke pretty much. So for me to like actually love a GamerSupps flavor, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I wish I had a starter box or something. Do they not? That's like actually a good suggestion. Oh wait, I should actually show y'all. They said that something was happening in the GamerSupps. There's like a thing. Friday, June 19th. If you buy any GamerSupps tub, you get our new waifu cup, Oracle of Time, for free! Wow! Wow! So, if you want to buy some, if you need to refresh a tub, you get a free cup with it. I think that's only in North America. I don't know. It says shakers available in EU and AU storefronts. Oh. Maybe it is for both. I don't know. But there's also t-shirts, sweaters, caps, and a whole bunch of other stuff releasing on the 19th, so I was gonna say that. If you're wanting a new tub of GamerSupps, now's a good time, so you'll get a free shaker cup with it, and it looks really pretty. Free? That's like $0 plus tax, right? Hell yeah, another $60 of shipping. Hi, Kasai. Good afternoon. Anyways, that's pretty cool. The cups sell out fast. They do. The like special edition ones, they sell fast. Limited time. Anyways, I would recommend Sweet 6-pack from GamerSupps. That's my favorite. It is, I think Ditters, you said it's cherry pineapple? I actually didn't know that's what that flavor was. Yeah, there's an, wait, hold on. I'll bring in the thing right now. I'll show you the picture. You can't really see it on this picture, but this is all of the stuff that you get. Which is kind of weird because I'm not really a big pineapple fan. Oh, it's Bricky's flavor. It is Bricky's flavor. I like cherry, but I'm not really a big pineapple fan. I don't really get a huge pineapple taste from it, you know? Here it is. This is the stuff they're releasing on Friday. You can't really see. It's like this art. It's like very like star themed. It's really pretty. The pineapple's pretty subtle. Yeah, it's pretty subtle. It kind of reminds me of like a, what's it called? Like a Mai Tai. Kind of like Malibu. It's very Etsy witch vibe. Yeah, it looks really cool. She does have pretty eyes. She does. She's all golden and stuff. So anyways, if you wanna get a tub using code STIMPACK, you save 10% and get a free cup starting Friday. Yeah. I'm not leaking. It says feel free to share with your community now. So I'm safe. Feel free to share with your community. She had eyes? Yes. Yes. Hey, I'm a professional, okay? I don't leak stuff. I've never leaked a thing in my life. I've only followed the rules. I'm a professional rules follower. Professional streamer. I've never gotten in trouble ever. Sure. let's go with that. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, here. Let's watch the video. So you think you know Elder Scrolls, huh? I think because we're GamerSubs partners, we can we have like early access to stuff to share. Except for that one officer. Well, that officer was a jerk, and that's not on me, that's on him. That's on him, okay? He chose to give me a ticket for no good reason. Speeding like 10 over the speed limit is not a reason for a ticket. How dare the police follow the law? How dare he? Does he not know I'm a princess? I have places to be and things to go, things to do, things to go. Anyways, this is holy, what's happening? I haven't reacted to a video in so long. This is the history of Tamriel. Introduction to Elder Scrolls lore. I'm turning off the sound alerts, by the way, so don't redeem them. Tamriel. History of Tamriel by Imperial Knowledge. Today we learn about the history of Tamriel and all the things that happened throughout all of the Elder Scrolls. Okay? Anyways, movie time. Let's go.
Hello YouTube, and welcome to the start of our new 5-episode series that I will call
5
Introduction
episodes!
to the Elder Scrolls Lore.
That's a lot of history, okay? Damn!
This series is designed for people new to Elder Scrolls lore, wanting to learn the basics and all the basic knowledge required to watch my regular lore videos and get into the Elder Scrolls lore in general. I'll introduce you to all the basic knowledge that you need to watch my videos and those of other YouTubers without getting a headache in this series. These videos will absolutely not have any depth, and I will provide basic knowledge. You want theories about creation, you want in-depth videos about a single character
toilet. Poop.
Or an event, watch my other videos. Although at the end of this video I will recommend some good videos for you to watch as a new person to Elder Scrolls lore based on the knowledge that I provide to you today. So, are you new to the series or a veteran looking to get back, or someone who doesn't really know a lot about the Elder Scrolls other than having played Skyrim like twice and your Elder Scrolls obsessed friend sent you this video?
That's me!
Or are you that Elder
I'm the person who played Skyrim like twice and now I want to know everything.
Obsessed friend and you want to convince some friend to learn about the Elder Scrolls lore? Then I'd say you've come to the right place. That said, today we're covering the basics and a general overview of the Elder Scrolls universe history.
Okay.
This will be my longest video ever, so brace yourself.
How long is it? It's 38 minutes. Okay. That's not too bad, actually. I guess this is part 1. We are the obsessed friends.
We're in for the long ride.
Imperial Knowledge presents. I actually played Skyrim like 4 times. I think I've beat it 3 or 4 times. I played Oblivion Remastered once. It was fun. I guess. I don't know. Oblivion didn't feel like a stream game to me. It was fun, but I just like I just spent like 5 hours talking to people in the first town and doing nothing. Doing nothing. Making my character and talking to people. That's all I did. That's how I play these games. I always forget there's a main quest in Skyrim. Yeah, me too. I never do the main quest. Oblivion is a yapping game, it's true. I like to like roleplay when I play these games, so I just like talk to people.
Okay, so like promised, let's start with the absolute basics. This is Tamriel. It's the continent that all of the Elder Scrolls games take place in.
That kind of looks... Wait, that's the whole continent? Oh, no, wait. No, that's not... Holy shit, my brain. That's one continent, not the whole world. This is where Tamriel takes place. Thank you for all the follows today, by the way. Welcome into the Stimdom. They're remaking Elder Scrolls Morrowind. I feel like if they remake Morrowind, they should make it, like, a bit less, wordy. Like, you know? It's a pretty wordy game.
It's part of the fantasy world called Nirn, which is basically Elder Scrolls' Earth. Next to Tamriel, there are several other continents, the most prominent of which are Akavir, Altmuris, Atmora, Yokuda, and perhaps a place called Lig, which may or may not exist depending on which sources people...
What the... I didn't even know these existed over here. Caputan, Sasi, Tangmo Kamal. Damn, I didn't even know these existed. I did know Aldmeris and Mora, but wow, that's cool. Lig is basically a parallel dimension as of now destroyed.
Believe. Tamriel is split up in 9 provinces, each of which has a signature race to them. Let's start with the province that people...
I know this place! And Cyrodiil! Yay! I know these places, I've been there. And
People definitely
Morrowind!
know best. Skyrim, the snowy province, inhabited by the human race called...
It's the guy. It's the guy that's like, oh, so you're awake.
the Nords. Then there's the central province, consisting of plains and hills, Cyrodiil, which is inhabited by the Imperials. You've got Hammer...
You guys want to know something funny? I'm so sorry for interrupting this video. I wrote Skyrim fan fiction on... Ayo. Of course you did! Uh-huh. Unsurprising. The video is by Imperial Knowledge. And I started from the wagon when you wake up. Oh, you're finally awake. And my dedication was so strong. My dedication was so strong. I looked up the exact voice lines said in game and wrote them word for word in the first couple chapters of my fan fiction, so it was lore accurate to the game. And then I diverted from there. I was kind of crazy about it. Sim, that's plagiarism. It's fan fiction. It's not plagiarism. It's fan fiction, okay? Sim, that people are gonna find it. No, everybody did that. No, everybody did that. Don't worry. I read so much Skyrim fan fiction, everybody did that.
Hammerfell, a partly tropical, partly desert, and partly mountainous province inhabited by the Red Guards. Valenwood, the jungle and savanna province inhabited by the Wood Elves. The Somerset Isles, the lush island province inhabited by the High Elves. High Rock, the mountainy province inhabited by the Bretons, which are part elf, part human.
Oh, I thought you said
although
fart
they seem
elves.
most...
Fart elves. I'm not a 13-year-old boy. I'm sorry. That's really funny.
human at this point. Then we've got Morrowind, the ashy volcano province inhabited by the Dark Elves. Elsewhere, the dry desert and jungle province inhabited by a race of intelligent cat-like humanoids called the Khajiit, which are likely related to the elves. And finally, we've got Black Marsh, the province of deep swamps inhabited by the Argonians, which are lizard-like humanoids created by the
My
Histories.
ancestors.
We've also got the Orc race,
Maybe.
or Orsimer, which is a race of elf that basically lives scattered across all of Tamriel and doesn't really have its own province, although they have had their own territory several times throughout history in Skyrim, High Rock and Hammerfell.
Oh,
This is the situation as we find it in the
homeland.
games, and there's a long, and I mean long history that went into making Tamriel the way we find it. Each race has their own countries and their own religions, and we'll get into those in future introduction videos on gods and religions, and on empires and nations. So wait for those videos if you want more information on that. But today we're taking a look at Tamriel.
Wow, that looks a lot like Earth, doesn't it?
History, which is separated into several eras. Beginning with the Dawn era, then the Meretic era, the First era, the Second era, the Third era, and the Fourth era. These eras are usually very confusing to new players, and thus I will explain these eras together with a very brief history of all of Tamriel's eras in the coming segments. And in case you haven't noticed, this video has timestamps, so if a certain era doesn't interest you, or you already know a lot about a certain era, you can simply skip it to watch the next era.
Damn, that's a lot of history.
We're starting all the way at the creation of Nirn in the Dawn era, of which there are many theories, but I will only cover the basics here.
Okay. Okay. The creation of the world. Is it like how did this get created?
See, the world of Nirn is part of the mortal plane, a dimension of sorts, and the main dimension of the Elder Scrolls games take place in. This world was created by several ancient spirits, or gods. The most important of which for this video were the spirit Lorkhan, Magnus, and Akatosh, which is this—
Akatosh! Hey! I know that name. Skyrim is set in the 4th era, the others are in the 3rd. Ah, wait, so we haven't been before the 3rd era.
Spirit god of time. Before any mortal plane was constructed, there was simply nothing, an empty universe filled with only spirits called the Et Ada, or original spirits, who had been born out of order and chaos.
Oh.
It was the god Lorkhan's idea to create a mortal plane, a plane of
Hello? Okay. The Dawn era was quite loose with things like linear time, also because Akatosh, the dragon god of time, was insane. Not funny insane like Sheogorath, but are you good? Are you good? This is why Skyrim, you got Akatosh who sends in the Dragonborn, also Akatosh to stop Alduin. Yeah, my OBS is having a moment. Hold. What is that? They're like, Fuji's? Browser sources. Sometimes OBS has a hard time sourcing the browser source, so it's basically like the little, you know when things are loading, there's like a little loading circle? Well, OBS does this when it can't like load your source, and it just like pops up on screen like trying to load your thing. We're being hacked! It's Akatosh!
Existence, and Akatosh, Magnus, and many other spirits decided to help him out with that. They were well on their way with creating this mortal dimension when suddenly the gods noticed that if they were to create a mortal plane, they would lose much of their energy and power, and thus some gods under the leadership of Magnus decided to quit creation, and others under the leadership of Akatosh decided to stay.
Some of them were just like, nah, I'm out. This is bullshit. It's taking too much my time, too much my power. I'm out. They just gave up.
This calls for 3 main groups of gods, which will be important for the story going forward. One is the Aedra, which are the gods that stayed to finish the mortal plane. 2 are the Daedra, which are the gods that refused to help with creation from the beginning and made their own non-mortal planes outside of the mortal plane. And 3rd are the Magna-Gi, gods that stopped with their help of creation about halfway in.
The Magna-Gi? Okay, what is happening with these? Hold on. This is getting real annoying. Yeah. My OBS is freaking out. Okay, so we have the Aedra. They made the mortal plane. The Daedra, who were like, nah, heck this, we're out. And the Magna-Gi, who were like, we give up halfway through, and now they're just, we don't know anything about them.
Were under the leadership of Magnus. When they fled creation, they ripped holes in creation, causing the sun and the stars to come into existence. And then finally we've got Lorkhan, who essentially got sort of killed by the other gods after they discovered that their power was being drained in creation. His essence of his power, his heart, got ripped out and thrown across Nirn. Remember this, as this is very important for
Holy shit, the gods ripped the other god's heart out and threw it across the planet? Damn,
later.
Okay.
Anyway, when the gods that stayed finished the mortal plane, they were either so weak that they needed to procreate to make sure their legacy survived, or they were strong enough to remain gods. That's very much up to debate and to theory. Anyway, after their creation of the mortal plane was mainly inhabited by creatures called the Elnovae, or the first ones. Likely they were the direct creations or the direct descendants of the god, depending on what you believe in terms of theories. There were many types of Elnofey. For example, the dragons were created at this time, and thus they are a type of Elnofey, a type of first ones. Another
Elnerfey? The first ones were dragons? Space. Look, it's my great grandpa. That's why I'm royal and you're not.
Another type of Elnofey were trees, specifically conscious magical trees called the His-trees. Although whether these sentient His-trees and the dragons are Elnofey is up to debate again, as there are many other descriptions of their origins. But for an introduction like this, all you really need to know is that these creatures were among the first to be present on Nirn. But among the Elnofey, there were also the ancestors of man, elf, and Khajiit, which we know all had one common ancestor in a type of Elnofey.
Okay.
But at some point, several groups of this common ancestor had become estranged from one another. One would become the common ancestor of man, and the other of elf, or mer, as elves are called in the Elder Scrolls universe. That is why earlier in this video I called the orcs Orsimer, and you will later hear me call the high elves Altmer, and the dark elves Dunmer, and the wood elves the Bosmer. That's because Mer is the Elder Scrolls word for elf. These two estranged groups, the ancestor of man and the ancestor of Mer, then had a bloody war with godlike powers among them, shattering Nirn, which had only one continent at this point, now into several continents.
I feel like that's not fair. Elves fighting man? Aren't elves like magical? Wait, are men magical? I should have watched a video about the races of Tamriel. I don't remember. Do men have magic? Oh yeah, they must, because you can have like sorcerer powers. Men's only magic powers lying. That's crazy.
One of which was Tamriel. Groups of these ancestors then got stuck on the new continents. On Atmora, there was a group of ancestors of men who would evolve into the Needs, the ancestor race of the Nords, Imperials, and Bretons. On Altmeris, there was a group of elvish ancestors who would evolve into the Altmer, the ancestors of the High Elves, Wood Elves, Dark Elves, and Orcs. On Tamriel, there was a group of elvish ancestors which would eventually evolve into the Khajiit, and a group of ancestors of men who would evolve into the Kotringi men, a now extinct race of men.
So Khajiit came from elves.
Akavir, the ancestors stranded there would just evolve into...
I guess basically everything came from the... what were they called again? Elnofey?
The races of Akavir, of which we don't know an awful lot. And finally, a group of ancestors of men would evolve into the Yokudans, ancestors of the Redguards on Yokuda. And in addition to that, an ancestor group of the elves also got stuck on Yokuda and turned into the Sinistral elves, or left-handed elves.
This is an information overwhelm. They turn into the left-handed elves? Hi, Tsunami.
Although, this story of how the Yokudans and the left-handed elves came to be, and how the continent of Yokuda came to be, is highly disputed in the lore community, so it will be interesting to read some theories on it after this video. Anyway, on Tamriel there were also still the
Anyways, back to the main timeline.
The Argonians as their protectors, as they had been heavily damaged during the Elnofey Wars. Without really being involved, they were literal collateral damage, and thus thought that, hey, since we're trees and we're immobile, we'll need protectors, so they created the Argonians. We now have the most vague part of history out of the way. If you're still with me, now the ride truly begins as we enter the Meretic.
Yeah, left-handed elves, different race from the other elves. Got it. Left-handed evil, right-handed good. Okay? Understood. Hi, Rin. Thank you for the 11 months.
Era, or literally translated, the era of elfish dominance.
But
let's not start with the elves. Let's start with the races of men, as they are the less interesting of the two in this first half of this era. On Atmora, the ancestor race of several types of men, the Needs, lived, and they had a pretty good society going that worked quite well for them, because men on Atmora worshipped the dragons, and they were oppressed by the dragons. And
Skyrim! Men worshipped dragons. Got it. Thank you, Need Extra Sleep, for the Prime. Thank you for the 3-month Prime.
Dragon priests. While this situation might not have been ideal, it's not as bad as it sounds, and the Needs were overall pretty happy, and they saw the situation as natural, since they worshipped animals and they saw dragons as chief among the animals. And on Yokuda, the Yokudans, the ancestors of the...
I forgot I was a dragon for a second. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Alright. Obligatory. Worship the tail. Men still worship dragons. Men still worship dragons. I can attest. Your true Oshi dragon tail. tail on him. Okay.
Redguards were also happily doing their thing, which mostly meant warring with the Elvish race that had been stranded there and absolutely exterminating them until no sinistral or left-handed elves were left.
Oh my god, they exterminated the left-handed elves! Holy shit! It's a bad time to be left-handed.
The Aldmer, the ancestors of all modern elf races, were pretty happy on their continent of Altmeris. It was a prosperous society that they had going on there, and the entire continent was, according to the sources that we have, one big city where no nature at all remained.
One big city?
It sounds worse than it is, apparently, as everybody was generally quite happy on the continent, until some mysterious impending doom befell the continent, and the Altmer were forced to search for new lands to live. They were then the first to land on Tamriel after they searched for a new homeland. Specifically, they landed on the Somerset Isles, naming it their new homeland.
Okay.
There were also another group of elves, the Sea Elves or Maormer, which were banished from Altmeris back in the day, who now lived on Piandane, which is a continent south of Tamriel. Quickly after landing there, they immediately wondered what had become of their original homeland, but several expeditions brought back no results, and ships simply never returned once they sailed out to search for Altmeris.
Okay.
Altmeris seems to have vanished, but during their expeditions, one of their explorers, called Topol the Pilot, did discover Tamriel. This discovery of Tamriel led to several large-scale migrations to Tamriel, all for different reasons.
So at this point, everybody's fleeing Altmer, who had some mysterious doom happen, and then they all went to Tamriel at the same time, basically. And then I guess we're gonna fight on Tamriel.
Two groups of Altmer migrated to current-day Morrowind, becoming the now long-since disappeared Dwemer and the ancestors of the modern-day Dark Elves, the Chimer. Another group of Altmer migrated to current-day Skyrim, and they would become the Falmer, or Snow Elves, which are also extinct now. Another group would migrate to current-day Cyrodiil and parts of Blackmarsh, becoming the now extinct Aelids. And finally, there are the Elvish races that are still alive today. The group that would become the Bosmer, or Wood Elves, who settled in Valenwood, and the Orcs, or Orsimer, who led a nomadic lifestyle in the northwestern reaches of Skyrim, High Rock and Hammerfell. The elves that stayed behind on the Somerset Isles would become the modern-day High Elves, or Altmer. There were also the Direni Elves who settled in High Rock around the same time, but they aren't generally seen as their own race, but rather just as High Elves living in High Rock.
Oh,
so with Tamriel,
we don't recognize you as your own people, but you can live in High Rock. Okay.
Almost fully colonized by the Elvish races and the Khajiit and Argonians basically only living in their own provinces of elsewhere in Blackmarsh, this era can definitely be called the Meretic era, or the era of Elvish dominance.
Okay.
But the end of that era would soon come when, knock knock, the humans come to Tamriel, after they decided that they should expand their living space from Atmora, which was still doing fine at this point. However, several centuries later, an ice age would come over Atmora, making it inhabitable, so the humans should be pretty glad that they came to Tamriel, otherwise humans might have been extinct now.
Oh, cool. So the human home continent got like the dinosaurs, the ice age, and now they're on Tamriel.
Or at least the Needs, which are the ancestors of the Nords, Imperials, and the Bretons. Not long after their arrival on the continent, humans settled in Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell and Cyrodiil, forming their own nations. Humans then eventually also stopped worshipping the dragons, leading to the Dragon War, where the humans overthrow the dragon's rule using their own magic, and managed to banish the dragon's leader, Alduin, outside the mortal realm. So
it's Alduin! He's the dragon from Skyrim! Wait, how did the humans beat the dragons? What the? That's kind of wild. Are the humans that, like, advanced that they could beat the dragons? And they banished the main dragon from Skyrim? Was shouting, Fus Roda!
He would never return. Probably. Anyway, the humans didn't really have the best possible relations with the Mer races already present on Tamriel, so the elves. In Cyrodiil...
No, don't take notes on that. No. They never overthrew their dragon overlords. Nope, that is propaganda and false history. That never happened, and that is impossible. Impossible. That didn't happen. Nope. Rewrite the history books. Scribe! Rewrite the history books!
They were enslaved by the Aelid Empire. In High Rock they were made second-class citizens and servants to the Dureni Elves, and in Skyrim... Well, Skyrim's a peculiar case, as for a while the early Nords and the Snow Elves were living in an uncomfortable harmony at first.
Uncomfortable
then,
harmony.
At the turn of the era, an event called the Night of Tears happened.
Oh boy.
Snow Elf armies
That doesn't sound good. The Night of Tears.
Exterminated the humans of their early settlements, killing everybody that they could find. The reason for this is ambiguous, and there's many theories.
ambiguous because we wanted to.
In the community on it, but today we're only covering the basics. Then, one of the survivors of this massacre, a man named Ysgramor, sails back to Atmora and then comes back with a massive army to enact revenge. In short, this results that...
In this video, I mentioned Ysgramor returning with a massive army. This is speculation on my part, as in the lore we only hear he returned with an army of 500 companions, so hardly massive. But since they completely exterminated the Snow Elves, I've always assumed he took far more than 500 men with him, with those 500 simply being the best or the most loyal warriors. Damn. They let one guy live and he somehow came back with an army and wiped out the elves? The Snow Elves? They left the wrong guy alive.
The Nords are absolutely destroying the Snow Elves at this point in the next few decades, and they get full dominance on Skyrim, leading to the first human empire on the continent, the first Nordic Empire. Around the same time of this massacre in Valenwood, this wood elf guy called Epiar had united the province of Valenwood as a kingdom for the first time, and said, we should start keeping dates. So he said, this, from now on, is the first era. And since before that, dates weren't really kept in the Meretic era, or not centrally by any country anyway, almost everybody thought that this was probably a good idea, and collectively the people of Tamriel started counting the years. Now,
like, one guy was like, you know what, we should probably keep track of this. And everyone was like, yes, today is day 1, or era 1. From now on, 1. This is the first era. We should all keep track of all this massacring.
In the first era. Before that point, during the Meretic era, years weren't counted, so now in the first era, the years of the Meretic era would be counted negatively, like our BC.
Oh, counted negatively?
The higher the number, the earlier in history, so the year 2500 of the Meretic era means 2500 years before the first era, and then the eras after it are counted positively, like our AD. With me so far? Good.
Yes.
So, the first era.
I'm listening.
The Nords weren't really super satisfied with just conquering Skyrim for the humans.
That's crazy. Who could have thought that man wasn't satisfied with just conquering one place? What? Mind-boggling.
After they completely exterminated the Snow Elves. So now they started conquering the surrounding lands as well, and they get this big empire after killing all the Snow Elves and expanding into High Rock, Morrowind and modern-day Cyrodiil.
Oh my...
This Nordic Empire is also called the First Human Empire, and it was the first big signal that the era of Elvish dominance was getting to an end. In the meantime, over here in the province of Morrowind, there was this group of elves that rejected the worshipping of the gods and rather pursued science instead of religion, and which started to live underground. These were called the Dwemer.
Oh, it's the Dwemer! This is kind of a tangent, but do you guys remember playing like Skyrim or Oblivion or whatever game you played? Do you remember your first time coming across the Dwemer? Wasn't it such a cool moment? I still remember my first time being like, what is this? What is this? Why is this all underground? Who are these people? What's happening? Oh my god, that's such a cool feeling. Hi, Luton. Oh my god, you guys, Stim reacting to lore videos and in a princess outfit. Finally, my efforts were not in vain. I'm too old, I've forgotten. I remember like being so excited and like scared. To me, it was on the same level as when I went underground in Elden Ring. You can go underground in Elden Ring? I haven't done that. I don't think Dwemer stuff was in Oblivion though. I don't remember. Was it only in Morrowind and Skyrim? I remember the ball guys. Stim Skaven short was so funny. It came up today. Go watch my shorts, please. Help my YouTube channel. And if you're watching this video, please consider subscribing and liking and leaving a comment to help me out in the algorithms and stuff.
Or deep elves or dwarves. In their pursuit of science, they became very technologically advanced as they sought for a way to become gods themselves, and they just so happened to live on this mountain where a very powerful fragment left from the time of creation happened to be buried, called the Heart of Lorkhan. Remember how Lorkhan's heart...
It's his heart! It's the god! His heart was ripped out of his chest and thrown across Tamriel by the other gods. That is how that happened. It's important.
Was stared out. Now, there are many theories on Lorcan on how the heart got there and what exactly the Dwemer did with the heart, but this video really only goes over the basics.
They ate it, I bet.
The Dwemer built this gigantic robot powered by the heart and called it the Numidium, or their brass god, which had the power to change the universe itself. Unfortunately for them, the other elves living in Morrowind, the Kai...
I thought this was my cursor! I was like, when did my cursor turn into like Morrowind style? What? I was trying to move it out of the way of the video.
Weren't super stoked by the idea of the Dwemer having that much power, and thus the War of the First Council began. The Dwemer trying to complete their god versus the Chimer trying to stop them from completing their brass god. The Chimer were under the loose leadership of these 5 people: the war leader Intril Nerovar, his wife Almalexia, the friends and brothers Vivek and Sotasil, and their cool and wise buddy Vorin Dagoth. They defeated the Dwemer, but in a last-ditch attempt to win, the Dwemer likely tried to activate their god prematurely, and suddenly all of the Dwemer disappeared from the face of Nirn. Not dead, but disappeared once their god was activated. What exactly happened, why did they disappear, nobody has any idea whatsoever, and there are countless theories on it. But what we do know is that after the Dwemer were gone, the heart of Lorcan giving the robot its power was still there. The Chimer's leader Nero...
This is the heart of Lorcan. It's hooked up to like a copper pipe you'd find in someone's basement. That's the famed heart of the god? Okay.
Said, let's ask the Daedric Prince Azura, who we venerate, what to do with the heart and the tools allowing it to give people power. And then they left Vorin Dagoth with the heart to guard it, because he was the most trustworthy person to do so. Unfortunately, while they were consulting with Azura, Dagoth turned out not to be trustworthy, as he used the tools...
Wait, you're telling me that guy's not trustworthy? You're telling me I can't trust that guy? Look at him. That's the most trustful looking guy I've ever seen in my life. he watch me, Nerevar. You mean the evil naked man was evil? Say it ain't so.
To get godlike power for himself with the heart. Luckily, the 4 heroes managed to defeat Dagoth, and then Nerevar decided that they needed to leave the heart and the tools alone, like Azura wanted. Unfortunately for him, his wife and his 2 friends didn't agree and most likely killed him. They then used the power of the heart to make themselves living gods, and that's how we ended up with the living gods of Morrowind, the Tribunal, Almalexia, Sotasil and Vivek, who you may have heard from if you played Elder Scrolls Online or the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
I have no idea who those people are. They killed her husband and became living gods themselves? Okay.
Oh, and Azura was so angry at them for doing that against her wishes that she cursed the entire Chimer race, turning their gold skins into ashen grey. Hence how we ended up with the Dark Elves, or the Dunmer, that we see in all the games. She also prophesies that Nerevar, the guy the Tribunal likely murdered in order to get their power, will be reincarnated and will right the wrongs done by the Tribunal and Vorin Dagoth. With me so far, good.
Oh, wait, this is the plot of Morrowind. Oh, foreshadowing. Interesting, I didn't know that.
Because this is very important for later on. During the early years of the First Era, a few centuries before the disappearance of the Dwemer and the creation of the Tribunal, there was actually a large-scale slave uprising in the central province of Cyril.
Scribe, strike any any mention of uprising from the history books. Erase uprising from the Stimdom history books. Thank you.
This slave uprising was led by a woman named Alessia, who was named Slave Queen and liberated her people of their elven oppressors, the Aelids, killing many of them, exterminating all those who would not liberate their slaves and side with them.
Holy shit! Oh my god! She killed the other slaves that didn't side with her? Okay?
With some help of the Nordic Empire, she freed almost all of Cyrodiil and founded the First Cyrodiilic Empire, or Alessian Empire, of which Alessia was the first empress. There were also some demigods involved, but then again, we are not going into specifics here.
And then she became the empress of the saved Cyrodiil? Everywhere? We love our genocidal gay cyborg racist. Don't forget Empress, okay?
Died after establishing her empire. She was visited by the god of time Akatosh, or probably at her death. And the god of time bound her soul to this thing, the Amulet of Kings, and blessed her descendants with the dragon blood. At the same time, he created a divine covenant. With the power of the Amulet of Kings, her descendants would be able to keep the human plane safe from invasions of the Daedra. You know, those gods who didn't create the world and exist outside of the mortal plane. As long as someone wearing the Amulet of Kings lighted the dragon fires in the Imperial City, they could repair the shields protecting the mortal realm if someone had broken it. Only those blessed with the dragon blood would be able to wear the amulet, meaning that Alessia's descendants and others blessed with the dragon blood now got a special position in Tamrielic society as legitimate emperors over the Alessian Empire, as the emperor was supposed to keep the Daedra at bay using the Amulet of Kings, and thus legitimate emperors were identified by their ability to wear the amulet. Again,
oh! So you can have this dragon blood and wear the amulet and have a tie to the throne or whatever to be emperor, or you can wear the wait do you have to have the dragon blood to wear the amulet, or can you be given the amulet to wear? I kind of didn't understand that part. Either you can just be given the amulet to wear and be emperor, or you can just be some random person with dragon blood and then you can become emperor. You can't wear it if you don't have dragon blood. So sometimes the heir will just be a random person and they just have to find them. Alessia was the first dragonborn recorded. Oh.
And remember this, very important for later on.
Oblivion.
This whole thing with the Amulet of Kings worked out quite well, as the Alessian Empire remained strong, coexisting with the Nordic Empire. But at some point, the Nordic Empire fell apart due to civil war, and even later, after a large-scale plague that killed off over half of Tamriel's citizens, and internal turmoil in the Empire...
No, the dragon blood is hereditary. Okay. Sim telling us she didn't play Oblivion. I played Oblivion, I just don't remember it, okay? I don't remember what happened. I just remember there's like Daedra stuff in it. There's like Daedric portals and shit. Daedric doors? I don't know. You have to be related to them somehow to inherit the blood, so it's not random. Okay.
Alessian Empire also fell, throwing Tamriel into chaos for over 500 years, during which the Amulet of Kings was lost, until this handsome little man came along, Riemann Cyrodiil. This guy, well, there's a lot that we can say about him, and there are many theories as to how he came to the world. But some say that he was conceived by spirits, and that he was found as a baby upon a hill with the Amulet of Kings on his forehead.
What the?
Whether or not this is true, it's known that he did become a very significant political leader very early in his life, and that he managed to basically unite the entire central province of Cyrodiil and light the dragon fires, something which hadn't been done since the Alessian Empire fell apart.
He looks like Solus from Dragon Age.
Pretty soon after he managed to unite Cyrodiil, Tamriel was invaded by the forces of Akavir, you know, the other continent. These invading people were the same.
Oh, damn, he finally gets Cyrodiil together and then Akavar invades them. Elder Scrolls Lore's wild strap instim. There's a lot happening, I'm not gonna lie. There's already been like 4 extinct races of elves, I think. I mean, no, 3.
An Akaviri humanoid race which may or may not have been snake people, depending on the theories that you believe. They specifically invaded the north of Tamriel and had come from Akavir in search of a person bearing the dragon blood, also called Dragonborn. Luckily for them, Riemann decided to come and help the Nords and rushed to Skyrim with his army to combat the forces of Akavir. When the invading Akaviri heard him speak, they recognized him as Dragonborn, stopping their invasion and swearing fealty to him, meaning that King Riemann now had a pretty strong Akaviri army and his own armies at his disposal, and he used this to basically conquer most of Tamriel and found the Riemann Empire, or the Second Empire as it's often called.
Oh, the Second Empire,
This empire did pretty well and continued expanding after Riemann's death under his descendants. They even conquered the Somerset Isles and Valenwood. His descendants continued ruling the empire as Dragonborn emperors for about 200 years until Riemann's last...
That's not very long. That's, what, two... Oh my god, my brain. Anyways, two descendants, basically 200 years. What's it called? 2 generations! Oh my god, thank you. 2 generations.
Descendant, Riemann Cyril III, and his
3
heirs
generations.
were all assassinated under mysterious circumstances.
Basically.
This assassination was likely planned by one of Riemann's closest advisors, and a guy named First du Che, who was one of the Akaviri, or a descendant of the Akaviri, which had helped Riemann to first establish his empire in the first place.
Damn snakes. Can't trust him. Can't trust him. It's always the assassination attempt is always like by their advisor. Always by their trusted advisor. Always. Can't trust him. Can't trust him. It's unclear if the Akaviri are literal snake people or just Japanese humans. That looks like a snake person with Japanese written on it. I mean, that's only one depiction, I guess.
Who invaded Tamriel. And once Riemann's heirs were all dead, the Akaviri First du Che grabbed power, naming himself potentate over the empire, keeping the empire together and proclaiming that with the death of Riemann's heirs and Riemann's line, the first era had ended, and now the second era had begun under the Akaviri
Each era gets shorter and shorter.
So enter the second era, the era where in the beginning, the Akaviri potentates ruled over what was left of the Riemann Empire. There were 2 Akaviri potentates, first du Che, but he was assassinated as well, and then his son ruled for another century until he, like Riemann Cyril III, was assassinated along with all his heirs. The death of the Akaviri potentates and the lack of any dragonborn ruler threw what was left of the empire into complete chaos, and we see Tamriel fracturing for several centuries. In this period of chaos, it's that the Elder Scrolls Online takes place. This game takes place essentially on all of Tamriel, as with every new update they bring more regions until presumably they make them all. This game's plot revolves around the necromancer Mannimarco shattering the veil between the mortal realm and Oblivion, which are the realms of the Daedric gods, so the gods that did not help with creation. And with nobody around to relight the dragon fires, that means that the door was now open to several Daedric gods, or Daedric princes as we call them in the Elder Scrolls universe, to invade the mortal realm. Chief among them, Molag Bal, who is fought during the main story.
Molag Bal. The darkest times in lore leads to the worst things. MMOs. Did anyone play the MMO or play it? I was always interested by it, but I don't know. I never tried it. You did? It's pretty fun. Why are, like, just because the Daedric gods decided not to help create the mortal plane, why are they just bad? It's like, oh, you didn't help us create the mortal plane, you're evil now. Or maybe they just were evil, I don't know. I remember playing the beta, but never had the time to try it properly. It's because they're chaotic in nature. If you're anti-existence, you'd be pretty evil too. Oh, I guess, is that why they didn't help? They were anti-existence? They're extreme personifications of what they embody. They're, in lore, described as natural extremists. Oh.
And there's other princes in the other DLCs of the game. Anyway, after the Elder Scrolls Online, there's another long period of fracture and no central rule, until yet another very handsome man comes along, Tiber Septim.
Oh my god, it's the guy! It's Tiber Septim! It's the guy that everybody always talks about. Tiber Septim. Tiber Septim. Septim. Tiber Septim. The man. The myth. The Tiber Septim.
Riemann Cyril are completely shrouded in mystery, and of which there are many theories which are all disputed. But in short, this guy was likely an Imperial or a Nordic general, and most importantly, he was a Dragonborn, the first to be discovered in a very long while, and he was able to light...
Okay, that's what when I was talking about Dragonborns being discovered with dragon blood, that's what I was talking about. How, like, random people can be Emperor if they have dragon blood. Like, technically, yeah, they would be ancestors from the main line of people, but, like, they got lost, right? No, because they got, like, nobody knew who the Dragonborn were after a while. They were descendants. Ah, yes, Tiber Sigmar. Kind of. He didn't just head into Cyrodiil one day and became the emperor. He had to fight it for it. So he didn't just, like, show up and be like, hey, I have dragon blood. I'm the emperor now. Tiber Septim was technically 3 people when he reached godhood. Okay, let's watch more.
Dragonfires. So he became Emperor of Cyrodiil. But like Riemann, he wasn't really super satisfied with that, and he decided that he wanted to conquer all of Tamriel. So he did.
Why does every single man, no, not even man, there was that one like woman at the start, the first empress. Why does every single person in power be like, how about we just, we could stop, but, hear me out, we could just take over everything, you know? I know we're happy here, but, there's more. We could just overextend, you know? That's never ended badly before for anybody.
For the first time, someone literally conquered all of Tamriel.
Oh, he did it!
He used the ruined remains of the Numidium, the old Dwemer robot god, which he somehow got to work. How exactly, that's again disputed in the lore community.
What the fuck? He got the ancient robot demon, or I don't know if it's a demon, ancient robot god-powered heart thing to work somehow?
He then used that robot to completely decimate any resistance of the High Elves of the Somerset Isles, uniting all of Tamriel under his banner.
Okay.
Every province was now for the first time united, and Tiber Septim decided that it was time for a new era, and since everybody on Tamriel was ruled by him, everybody didn't really have a choice other than to accept that they were now living in a new era. So enter the third era. All of Tamriel...
Stim, you play Total War, you should understand the desire to conquer everything. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, he basically found a Gundam and was like, I decide this is a new era. What are you gonna do about it? I have an evil Gundam robot thing.
Under one banner, the Imperial banner, and led by Tiber Septim and his descendants. The third era, for all terms of purposes, was the era of the Septims, as their rule was almost undisputed, and Tamriel remained united for almost the entire era. Of course, a lot of interesting stuff happened. We've had civil wars, scandals, a necromancer, supposedly a descendant of that guy Epliar, who founded the first era, almost toppling the entire empire. And one of Tiber Septim's descendants, Uriel V, tried to conquer Akavir and horribly failed. But in the end, these things would not all truly affect the course of history. The real history-affecting things would happen at the end of the era, when most of the Elder Scrolls games take place, in which Tiber Septim, the founder of the Empire, is now worshipped as a god all across Tamriel after his death, which was several centuries ago at this point. It all starts with the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena.
What the? There's an Elder Scrolls 1? I mean, I guess there is. It makes sense. I've never heard of this before. That's like very Conan Barbarian themed. You can immediately tell its age. It would be a bit weird if they started at 3. Average female armor in video games. She's in a string bikini, okay? She's wearing armor. Can't you see? She's suited right up. Impenetrable.
Septim Empire was then under the rule of Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Remember him. He's important.
Yes, he is important.
Basically the most important emperor in the games. Anyway, Uriel is betrayed by one of his advisors and battle mates, Jagar Tharn, who imprisons him.
I'm sorry, but he is comically evil looking. He's got that expression. True, he is green. What are you saying about green? Is that the color of evil to you, huh? Huh? No.
In a realm of oblivion, remember, the realms of the gods that didn't help with creation, and disguised himself as magically as the Emperor. It is your task as the player of the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena to find the shattered remains of a very powerful staff, defeat Jagar Tharn, and free the Emperor. This game takes place on all of Tamriel and is quite old, but still quite enjoyable if you want to try it out. Almost directly after that game, we see the events of the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, in which we now are serving the freed Emperor, and he sends you to this region where the game takes place, the Iliac Bay. The plot of Daggerfall revolves around the construction of the Numidium, or the reconstruction.
Oh, it's about the robot, the Numidian. That's cool.
Remember, this is the big Dwemer robot. Whether or not the Dominium is destroyed or used by someone, or by whom it is then used, is all up to the player's choices. The game has 6 endings, but they all don't really matter, since the activation of the Dominium causes a dragon break, which is basically an error in time, which in this case makes all endings true and false at the same time.
What? Huh? What? I don't...
Meaning that there isn't really a canon ending to the game, and your choices didn't really matter for the entire story of the Elder Scrolls. We've had dragon breaks before.
Never heard of a dragon break? No, I don't understand. Dragon breaks are Bethesda's in-universe lore for retcons. All endings are canon and not canon. Remember when he said Akatosh was insane? That's one of those things. Oh, this is an Akatosh thing.
Or like when the Dwemer tried to activate the Numidium and when Tiber Septim did, but they are too complicated to explain for this basics video of the Elder Scrolls lore. And it's a topic of immense discussion in the community, and it can fill 3 hours of discussion all by itself, so I really recommend searching up some of those videos or those discussion threads.
Dragon breaks are wild. Remember Akatosh, when he had a breakdown, time just stops working linearly and everything happens all at once for a while until someone fixes it. Wait, what? It's literally when Akatosh has a little crash out and it's it's such a big crash out, time stops working until they fix it again. That's so funny. That's so fun. That's really fun. That's a cool idea. Or when Akatosh has too much to drink. Oh my god, what?
Alright, so several years after the story of the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, shit one more hits the fan with the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, which takes place not in all of Morrowind, but just on this island in the middle of Morrowind, Vardenfell. Alright, so do you remember the 3 living gods of Morrowind, the Tribunal, which we talked about earlier?
They're kind of bad.
Well, it turns out that in order to keep their power, they needed to visit the Heart of Lorkhan every once in a while. They wouldn't be able to keep that power permanently without visiting the Heart. But unfortunately for them, and basically everybody on Tamriel, it turns out that Vorin Dagoth, remember the guy that got...
Damn, Dagoth is ripped though! What the fuck? I gotta get his gym routine. Look at him! He's got muscles on his muscles.
Corrupted and was then defeated by them, wasn't actually fully defeated and now occupies the Heart Chamber, using the power of the Heart to keep them out. This causes the Tribunal to slowly get weaker over time as they lose the Heart of Lorkhan's power, and then, well, enter you as the player of the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
Oh my god, it's me! Okay. I remembered this. And then I'm walking along, I'm walking on the path, and then a guy falls off of this out of the sky. And then he lies dead at my feet, and I'm like, oh my god, where did this guy come from? And then I just keep walking.
You are the reincarnation of Indoril Nerevar, remember the guy who was likely betrayed and prophesied to return. Also called the Nerevarine. It is your destiny to defeat Vorin Dagoth, who now calls...
Holy shit, why did they make Dagoth so attractive? I don't know if it's the mask or the abs or both. It's throwing me. It's throwing me.
...of demigod Dagoth and also destroy the Heart of Lorkhan. And thus you do that in the game, and by destroying the Heart of Lorkhan you also cut off Morrowind's Tribunal permanently from the Heart, making them once more mortal. This drives Almalexia mad, who then kills Sotasil and then tries to kill you, but you kill her. And then there's Vivek, who also disappears, either also killed by you as the player, or
Oh wait, is this the end of Morrowind? You fight the Tribunal Council? I actually don't think I ever finished this game. I think I played it like one time and got confused and stopped.
Disappearing because of another reason. This other reason...
Oh, that's the expansion. Oh, okay. So the end of the game for Morrowind is killing the heart? Or taking the heart, I'm guessing? Or is that the expansion? Either way, that's cool. I didn't know about that.
Is up for endless debate in the community, and there are many theories on which there's no consensus. Anyway, the Tribunal is gone at the end of the Third Era, as is Dagoth. And thus, as Azura had foretold in her prophecy earlier in the video, you righted the wrongs of the past as the player.
It was me! I did it!
So, Morrowind is once again at peace, but not much later there's another knock on the door of trouble, as the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion launches, taking place in Cyrodiil.
Okay, Oblivion.
At the start of the game, you find out that the current Emperor, Uriel Septim VII, you know, the Emperor of the last 3 games, is painfully assassinated along with all his heirs. This is really a trend in the whole Emperor thing.
I was his bodyguard! How could this happen? No! He did give me a cool necklace, though.
In the Elder Scrolls universe. This gives an organization called the Mythic Dawn, worshippers of the Daedric Prince called Maroon's Dagon, who is the Daedric Prince or Daedric God of Chaos, the opportunity to shatter the veil between Nerd and Oblivion, causing for the Oblivion...
Wait, does he voice the Emperor? Does Patrick Stewart voice the Emperor? Oh my god, what? I didn't know that! Huh.
ISIS. Countless portals then open up all across Tamriel, and the minions
There's
of Maroon's Dagon swarm into Tamriel, killing everybody they can find. In this game, you as the player discover that Uriel Septim VII actually did have one last son, a bastard son named Martin Septim, the only person left on Tamriel capable of relighting the dragon fires. You as the player then help Martin Septim in his quest of stopping Dagon, and the game ends with Martin Septim shattering the Amulet of Kings and sacrificing his own soul to permanently seal the...
Wait, Martin is Sean Bean? What? Really? This is weird. Okay. As Martin, and obviously I don't remember this shit at all. I don't think I played the whole game. So is Martin like extremely incompetent the entire time, or is he like okay? He basically sacrifices himself at the end and releases the dragons. No, he's good. Oh, okay, damn Martin. Okay.
War between Oblivion and the mortal plane, with no chance of the seal ever being broken again. This officially ended the need for Dragonborn Emperors and ended the Third Era, as his sacrifice marks the turning point towards the Fourth Era. The most powerful person in the Empire at that time, High Chancellor of the Empire Okato, proclaims a new era. I
feel like High Chancellors are always evil. There's just like no good High Chancellors, so I'm gonna guess this guy's probably evil.
So, enter the Fourth Era, and you know what happens when there's no real ground for anyone to legitimately lead the Empire, as the Dragon Blood is no longer needed and all the Septims of the Septim Dynasty are all dead? That's right, chaos happens, and chaos it is, as in the first half of the Fourth Era the Empire...
Those are evil hands! Look at that, he's got the evil hand pose! Wait, he's actually not evil? He sure looks evil, he's got the... yes. Ah, yes. Evil master plans, yes. Pose.
Shatters after High Chancellor Okato, who had held the Empire together for like 5 more years, is assassinated.
Oh.
Black Mars and elsewhere say goodbye to the Empire, as the Somerset Isles, while Morrowind gets completely destroyed by a massive volcano.
Oh shit!
During this period, the Argonians invade Morrowind, but eventually get driven back, and the Somerset Isles, under the new management called the Thalmor, who are sort of elven supremacists, capture Valenwood from the Empire.
Aren't the Thalmor like super racist? Okay, that made me not good.
Forming the Altmerry Dominion, a nation of elves consisting of Somerset and Valenwood. During these years, a new imperial dynasty is formed in Cyrodiil, a conqueror dynasty called the Mede dynasty, which is started by Titus Mede I. This
is Titus Mede, but since we don't know what Titus looks like, I'm using him as visual material.
He manages to conquer all of the human provinces, and possibly Morrowind again, but we're not sure on that one. Oh, and also via clever trick, the Thalmor of the Altmerry Dominion managed to get the Khajiit of Elsewhere on their side by possibly doing something with the moons that may or may not have been their fault, but more on that in the video on
And they also got the Khajiit, possibly by fucking with the moons, but we don't really know. Okay.
Gods and religions. So, Tamriel now consists of 3 major powers: the Empire of the Human Provinces, and possibly Morrowind, the Altmerry Dominion of the Elvish Provinces and Elsewhere, and Black Marsh, under the leadership of the Argonian faction called the Ancellil.
Wow, okay, the Argonians are one of the players in this. Argonians, the Thalmor, the Altmer, whatever, the elves, and then the man. Because, like, yeah, how did the Thalmor get so strong? Were they just, like, biding their time this whole time? waiting for a chance, and then when the chancellor is assassinated, they're like, now's the time, unleash the moon magic. The Khajiit are moon addicted and skooma. Wait, they're moon addicted? I know they're... Huh?
This is essentially the setting of the 4th era, on which I will elaborate much more in the future episodes on this series on empires and nations. Anyway, while Blackmarsh basically minds his own business, the Thalmor elven supremacists believe that they, and not the Empire, should be the dominant force over Tamriel. They wish to create a new Meretic era, or so-called an era of elvish dominance on Tamriel.
Uh-oh.
And they make work of it, as in the year 171 of the 4th era they start the Great War, an effort to topple the Empire and establish elvish dominance over Tamriel.
Oh, the elves are fighting
This
back!
is where the main quest of the Elder Scrolls spin-off, the Elder Scrolls Legends, take place during this war. Anyway, the war is nearly won by the elves with some Daedric help, but the Empire manages to basically...
I like how the Daedric is just like, for funsies, fiddle with things. They're like, you know what? You know what'd be funny? You know what'd be funny? What if the elves took over? That would be great, huh? We could laugh at the human mortal man. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Let's just help them out a little bit. Let's just see what happens.
Barely stave off the crushing blow at the Battle of the Red Ring. After this, a peace treaty called the White Gold Concordat is established between the Altmerry Dominion and the Empire. The elves would leave the human lands that they still captured and possibly gave the Empire war reparations.
Oh.
And the Empire outlaws the ancient spy organization the Blades and stops the worship of Tiber Septim as a god in exchange, because the elves...
So the Empire basically sells themselves out to work with the elves. Okay.
Of the Dominion don't particularly enjoy that a guy who exterminated their ancestors with a giant robot is now worshipped as a god. And more on those Blades in a future introduction video on organizations and factions, by the way. Due to treaty complications, Hammerfell is then forced to leave the Empire, as it was promised to the Altmerry Dominion as a part of compensation, but doesn't really like the fact that it's being promised as compensation and does it...
Now you're talking like a Stormcloak! The Khajiit's culture religion revolved around the moons. Basically, the Khajiit are one race but have 12 different forms or something, ranging from a normal cat, cat ears, person, and furries. The thing that dictates their form depends on what moon cycle you were born to. So a small cat can give birth to a human with cat ears and stuff. It's weird. Oh, right! I remember reading about that.
Fights on alone against the weakened Altmerry Dominion, until they fight the Dominion to a standstill and eventually too get peace. This is where the spin-off mobile game The Elder Scrolls Blades take place, which takes place in Cyrodiil, but in that story you're just past the point where Hammerfell got peace. In this story you fight against a resurrected elite sorcerer in the aftermath of the Great War, but that story is of so little consequence to the entire timeline that we will immediately move on to the...
Basically, this game, nothing really happened. We don't really care about it, so we're not going to talk about it. Just ignore that little blip, and moving on.
Years of the most recent game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim.
Okay, so yeah, this goes into
Skyrim.
This game features a story
set in the middle of a civil war, as not everybody in Skyrim is super happy with the fact that they can't worship Tiber Septim as a god anymore due to that treaty that ended the war. This war is fought between the Mede Empire and the Titus Mede II, the most recent descendant of the Mede dynasty, and the Nord Ulfric Stormcloak, a Skyrim nationalist Nord who wishes to be independent.
Yep, I remember this.
All the while, an ancient...
The Aldmeri really, really hate Talos, so when they were willing to let the Empire stop fighting in exchange for not worshipping him anymore, the Empire, figuratively laying on the ground with all their bones broken and blood everywhere, went, yes, okay, I can live with that. I see. So... the Empire was basically beat up super bad by the Aldmeri. Aldmeri? Oh, why does it sound like Old Murray? The elves. And then they're like, okay, stop! We'll stop worshipping our gods and everything. We'll just give up everything so you just leave us alone. And then that's when Skyrim comes in, because the Nords are like, nah, fuck that! I want to worship the guy! Fuck that! And then Ulfric was like, I will be the one. And then they fight back. Yep. Not all gods, just Talos. Yep. Just their god. Yeah, their dragon god guy. Yeah.
Evil returns to Skyrim. Remember at the beginning of this video I told you that the Nords of Old banished the leader of the dragons, Alduin, outside the mortal realm at the end of the Dragon War? Well, actually what they did is send him forward in time, and well, that means that one day he would surface, and that one day is now, as Alduin immediately...
Oh, right. Alduin was banished, they thought, but actually they just banished him to the future? And now they're caught up in the timeline to when he's banished to? Okay.
Turns and starts bringing the dragons back by resurrecting them, restarting the Dragon War all over again.
Interesting.
You, as the player, have the task of defeating Alduin and preventing the return of the dragons, something which is made a little easier by the fact that you have been blessed by Akatosh and are Dragonborn, like Tiber Septim, Riemann and Alessia's heirs before you. This means that you have the blood of dragons, and thus you can destroy the dragons, something which the Nords of Old could not. They could only put them down...
Yeah, not my problem anymore. Good luck, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchild.
temporarily, which meant that they could be resurrected. Why this is exactly that you can kill them and they couldn't? Well, in short, dragons are everlasting, timeless and endless, and they are supposedly directly the descendants or the creation of Akatosh, the god of time, among the first ones.
They're descendants of Akatosh. But Akatosh blessed the Dragonborn to kill his descendants? Am I misunderstanding? What is Akatosh doing? I don't get that
ever walked Nirn, and they can only be killed by fellow dragons or by you, as you are technically a human-formed dragon, since you have the dragon blood. And
oh, sometimes you realize your children are dicks. His kids sucked. Oh, I see. Akatosh was like... basically put my own children down because they're assholes and they're ruining everything. Oh, okay.
Possibly the soul of a dragon yourself, depending on which theory you believe. Anyway, that was a very short history of Tamriel. I skipped over countless things, but those are the most important things that you need to know to understand the majority of my videos. But there are two final things that I wish to introduce to you in this basic introduction to Elder Scrolls lore. Number one are the Elder Scrolls themselves.
The Elder Scrolls! I forgot what the Elder Scrolls even do. What is the Elder Scrolls?
Of the mortal plane, several so-called fragments of creation were left behind. One of these types of fragments are the Elder Scrolls. They are scrolls with the power of creation imbued within them, and they are themselves fragments of creation. These scrolls can be used by mortals to glimpse parts of futures, or more accurately, possible futures. This means that the scrolls contain all possible futures, and since
like a scroll of divination, because they're like a fragment of reality. That's cool.
The game feature open worlds full of choices and different things to do, and different playstyles and characters to create. The games are literally a real-world embodiment of these Elder Scrolls themselves, showing all possible things that could happen on Tamriel at the time of the game, as you, the player, can make all these things happen in different playthroughs.
Oh my god, what the? That's like some breaking the fourth wall kind of thing. Every time you play the game, it's like an Elder Scroll, different reality? What? That's really cool.
Hence why the series is called The Elder Scrolls. This is a criminally short explanation.
And that's why it's called Elder Scrolls, because you're playing an Elder Scroll part of the game, because the Elder Scroll contains all different futures and outcomes, and you're part of it. That's why it's called Elder Scrolls. Oh my god, what? It all's coming together. I didn't know that.
This concept, but we're only covering the basics here. And the second thing I wanted to say was that
lots of stealth archers. Huh.
In the Elder Scrolls lore, things are mostly learned from in-game sources, meaning visuals, in-game books, NPC dialogues and written notes in the game. A lot of these sources, especially the written ones or the spoken ones by NPCs, are heavily influenced by the concept of the unreliable narrator, meaning that an NPC can be wrong when he says something to you.
That's true.
Or he might lie to you because he has his reasons to do so, or, you know, change the truth.
Man, that guy looks so devious. Look at him. He's like, I'm plotting to fuck your wife right now.
Or, for example, a book you find might be censored or incomplete or wrong, depending on who wrote it and in what nation it was released, just like in real life. And that very thing makes it so that this series' lore is so incredibly interesting to me and many others. This video had several moments in it where I said that there were many theories on something, which meant...
It was the most evil thing I could think of in that moment, okay? I don't know. I can't trust a random peasant NPC. What is this world coming to?
There are conflicting sources, and thus we simply don't know what happened. And, you know, we don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. We have to work with the pieces that we have. There are many such cases in the lore, and this is probably why there's so much discussion on everything in the Elder Scrolls, and will also be a lot of discussion in the comments of this video as well, of people saying that I'm wrong on whatever. But that's the beauty of Elder Scrolls lore. It's truly like studying history and interpretation of history, historical sources, but then of a fantasy universe. A history that seems almost endless, and in which I, after 6 years of making pretty in-depth videos about specific topics, still discover new things about every single day when I study this. So, that's the basics of Elder Scrolls lore. By Martin.
I feel like I really learned something. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I really learned and retained some stuff from this.
This was long. But we're not done yet. As I promised, I'll be recommending some videos for any new player to watch after this video.
Okay.
First, my video on Topol the pilot. You know, the guy who discovered Tamriel after the elves landed on Somerset Isles in the Vedic era. He discovered Tamriel, and I basically covered his story in this video. Second, my video on the disaster in Akavir, a video where I go through the story of how Uriel V tried to conquer Akavir and then horribly failed, with a map to visualize this war. Third, my video on why technology is not advancing on Tamriel, and why people are stuck in seemingly endless medieval times.
Wait, that's pretty cool. I would like to watch the technology one. Yeah, why did it stop? Why did it stop advancing? Why would the Dwemer show like technologically advanced and then everyone else is just like, yeah, swords?
I specifically touch on the effects of magic here, which I had to skip over in this video since I basically assumed that people would know that in a fantasy universe you have magic. Fourth, my video on sex, procreation, and relationships in the Elder Scrolls universe.
What the? What? Huh? Why is this a recommended video? And why does that guy look so devious in the corner there? What the?
As it gives some not often talked about lore about the races. It's not a meme video, I promise, it's a serious thing. And fifth and finally, my video on why baby dragons aren't a thing in the Elder Scrolls universe. So why dragons don't procreate like the other races. That's a very interesting video to watch, as it explains some more.
Alright, guess we have to. Load up the next video. I guess we have to. I like how the procreation video leads directly into the baby dragon video. Me, a dragon woman, I feel a little uncomfortable.
About the endless aspect of dragons and their timeless aspect. Anyway, I really hope that you learned something, and I hope that you will be here for the future episodes of my introduction to the Elder Scrolls lore series, as they are a lot of work to make. Next episodes I'll be dealing with some specific stuff, like the introductions to nations and empires in the Elder Scrolls universe, introductions to the gods and religions, and most important factions, and possibly most important figures, depending on the demand for these videos. I never actually asked this, as I personally find it extremely annoying when YouTubers do this, but after this one I think I'm allowed to ask it. Please be sure to share this video with people that are interested in learning more about the Elder Scrolls.
Go watch this channel if you like Elder Scrolls. Watch this channel, The History of Tamriel, by Imperial Knowledge. Honestly, great video. For how complicated and vast the history is for Elder Scrolls, I feel like that was very concise. This is only a 38-minute video, 39-minute video. So if you want to watch more of his videos, you should go check them out.
But don't know where to start.
Oh. Okay. So, yes. Go watch it! Go watch more of his videos if you like Tamriel, Elder Scrolls lore. Very good video. That could have easily been a 2-hour video, but I'm surprised we learned all of that in less than 40 minutes. For the record, the Empire is definitely playing for time. They don't want to stop Talos worship, really, and still let people do it as long as they're quiet about it. The Empire just needed time to heal up for round 2. Unfortunately, Ulfric Stormcloak, throwing a hissy fit about the law, wasn't even really enforced to begin with, kind of threw a wrench into things, and now the elves are allowed to actively hunt Talos worshippers themselves. Oh. I see. I see. I see. The entire history of Rome. We should watch that. Not right now, but we should watch that. I feel like I already know the entire history of Rome, but I would like to see it in cartoon. It was impressively concise. Anything but a Luton video. Anyways, we're not watching Luton. No, I'm just kidding. Tell us. Oh yeah, tell us the whole history of Rome. Well, see, there were some Roman guys, and then they fought, and then there were some other guys, and then they fought, and then Roman guys fought, and then Roman guys burned down, and then yep, Holy Roman Empire. And that's the history. Stim, name every Roman. Stim, name every woman. How does she do it? How does she do? I know. Name every Roman is crazy. Stim, you barely dipped your toes into Roman history. I learned about Carthage. Okay, what else can you ask for? Ouch. I learned about that. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break to go pee, and then we'll watch. What would you rather watch? History of Fallout or Every Race in Middle Earth? I'm kind of feeling a Middle Earth vibe. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of feeling a Middle Earth vibe. I'm feeling fantasy. But yeah, do a poll while I pee, and I'll be right back, and we'll watch another video, okay? Okay! The story of the Lord of the Rings. And the other video, so this one is 38 minutes, and this one is 16 minutes. So both good, both good. I'll be right back again. Sorry, I had to piss a lot today. BRB. Okay. Oh, fuck. My model broke. 1 second. Look away, chat! Look away! 1 second. Let me get my bones back in order. 1 second. Okay. Well, I'm back. Had to reformulate. I'm good. I'm good. Are you good? I'm good. What did you guys decide? What was the hi DFI Delta? Thank you for the 8 months. What was the option? Middle Earth? Okay. Middle Earth. Sorry, my mom called me too. And my dog had to go out to pee. Do you guys have little dogs? Anyone who refuse to go outside when it's raining? My dog, Stim Puppy, does not want to go outside when it's raining. So she will constantly ask to go outside, look at the rain, and then be like, nah, then go back inside. And then she'll be like, please let me out, please, mother, let me outside. I'll open the door, let her outside, and she'll look at the rain and be like, still raining? No, I'm good. I've got a big dog who won't go outside when it's raining. I've never had a problem with big dogs, but I've noticed almost every single little dog will not go outside when it's raining. How could you make it rain? I didn't make it rain! Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the 15 stream streak, Dr. Strangelove 420. Wow. Thank you. Hold on, I'm cracking open a crisp, new, fresh diet root beer. It's my new favorite thing. Coors Light? I don't drink alcohol. I'm 18. I can't drink. I don't chug alcohol. I've never had alcohol in my life. My body is a temple. Sacred. I don't eat granola bars or drink alcohol. What happened to 21? I lost a few years. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Sure, not like you had a vodka mix during the painting stream. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I eat granola bars. I drink alcohol. But no, I'm having a diet root beer. If you haven't had a diet root beer, highly suggest. Highly recommend. So good. So delicious. Lost a few years, it was Akatosh. Yeah, it was Akatosh fuckery. Root beer really isn't a thing here. Wait, is root beer not a thing in... Is root beer not a thing in Europe? What?! Oh my god, what? Why? It's so good. It's delicious. It tastes like medicine. No, it doesn't! It tastes kind of like Dr. Pepper. Okay, I'm actually drinking the A&W root beer right now, but I think Barks is the best. Like the gray can. But I think it has a dog on it. But I specifically like diet root beer. Love Barks root beer. Holy shit, give me a Barks root beer. Barks says bite, which I like. To us it tastes normal, but overseas it tastes like medicine. Interesting. We do have some drinks you don't have though, some of which are better. I would believe that. Barks was my fave too as a kid. I used to ask for it all the time. What is the other kind of root beer other than Barks and A&W? Those are the only ones that I drink. If I wanted root beer, I would just drink beer and eat a potato. Oh, Mug! Oh yeah, Mug sucks balls. Don't drink Mug. I even forgot it existed. Anyway, sorry. I got sidetracked. We're here to learn about the ring, the one ring to rule them all, the Lord of the Rings. Stim's taste in root beer is based as expected. Thank you, Ian. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said about me. Thank you. I do have good taste when it comes to root beer. I'm a root beer enjoyer. I think I like root beer better than Dr. Pepper, actually. Today, we learn about the Lord of the Rings from Wired. Every race in Middle-earth explained by Wired. I know things about Lord of the Rings, but I don't know if I know the history of the races, so let's learn together. This guy looks like he knows his stuff, so I believe him immediately. I believe him. He looks like a guy that would know about Lord of the Rings. Your taste in root beer is woefully bereft, you poor thing. Holy, this is gonna create a divide. The Great War of the Stimdom. Barks versus Mug root beer. Alright, let's watch the video. It's movie time! 3, 2, 1. Lord of the Rings!
Lord of the Rings, the story of Middle-earth, grew over his entire life. He really spent his entire life working.
The Lord of the Rings. Frodo! Sam! Please, Sam! That's all I remember of it.
Hi, I'm Dr. Corey Olson, the Tolkien professor.
It's very quiet.
And this is Every Race in Middle-earth. We're going to be looking at the races in Middle-earth as Tolkien created them.
What is that funny little guy? Look at it. He's like a little salamander-looking guy.
Mapping his creative process over time. Tolkien professionally was a philologist. That is to say, he studied the history of languages.
Oh, this is what you guys were saying earlier. He was more of a linguist than a novelist. Or a better linguist than novelist. He liked languages.
So, what was his hobby? His hobby was inventing languages.
Languages have a flavor to me, which I never understand people saying, for instance, it was awfully dry and dull, because a new language to me is just like taking a new wine or a new sweetmeat or something.
Some sweet
The very
potatoes.
first stage of Tolkien's creative life was what I call his early mythology, when he was...
His early mythology. Oh! He was writing ancient myths. I thought you were talking about Tolkien like he was a mythological creature.
writing these ancient myths, trying to sort of explain how things came to be. Then he began, in the middle of his life, this new little story. Right, he started The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and originally those weren't connected to that first stage.
Oh.
But then he decided to marry his new story with his early mythology. So put together all of these...
Does the Stindom have any ancient myths? Yes. You have to sacrifice 1,000 Prime subs to me to keep me alive a day. I know. I know. Not gonna lie. It's a heavy burden I must bear. But thank you, all you Prime subbers out there.
These things span his creative life, and we're going to look at how every race in Middle-earth developed over the course of that time.
Best I can do is $1. Take it or leave it. Well, tier 3s count for like 1, 2, 3, like 100 subs, 100 primes. So we're kind of, that's how we're sustaining the Stimdom at the moment. We're literally sustaining the Stimdom through tier 3 subs at the moment. So I thought you just eat the peasants. Okay, if I want to have a peasant as a little treat now and then, that's fine. I can do that, okay? I can do that because it's me. I'm the princess. Don't judge me. Elves.
He loved traditional fairy stories.
No, I like your sub. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you. Please stay subbed to me so I can pay my bills, please. Please. Please.
Stories. He loved stories about elves. There are lots of places in England where a certain river or well or ruin or something associated with elves from ancient days. So one of the things that he really wanted to do, he wanted to write a mythology for England. England didn't have a really good fairy tale tradition. The kinds of fairy tales that they told were mostly fairy tales from other countries. So what he ended up doing then...
Wait, what about the, what are those, like, grimdark fairy tales? Is that not England? Or is that other European? What's that? Like the Brothers Grimm, those Grimm ones? Oh, they're German! Oh. Arthur largely French, for example. That's crazy to me that England doesn't have many fairy tales. Wow.
They
have Merlin.
Going back to the languages.
Don't
they form a story because he's talking about how the languages change over time. He wanted to have peoples who were speaking these languages and a history that would lead them to do the things that he was imagining happening. The core story of his original mythology is that the elves live off to the west across the sea, pretty much inaccessible most of the time. But there is a mariner, a human sailor, who makes it across the sea to Elvenhome, right, to Tolaresia, and meets the elves and talks with them, and they tell him all the stories. He writes down the set of stories.
That's highly improbable. Highly improbable. You think the elves are gonna let one guy, come to their land and just, like, tell them all their secrets? The elves? No. I cannot see a single cannot see a single world in which this would end this way. Tolkien elves were chill. The dude has a really charming smile.
Which Tolkien called the Book of Lost Tales. There's a lot that could be said there, but I want to focus on what's important for Tolkien's creative development. The history of the elves as a vehicle for his language creation.
Is Tolkien like one of the only universes in which elves are benevolent and good? I'm sure there's other universes, but like, I feel like elves are always evil. Or maybe not evil, but very selfish. Later fantasy based on Tolkien really got the elves wrong and made them haughty isolationists. Elves are often portrayed as evil as a reaction to Tolkien elves. I thought elves were kind of portrayed as evil because usually they have super long lifespans, and that makes them like very jaded and a superior feeling to mortals.
Was the thing that was really central for Tolkien. In the end, the major division between the elves are those who stayed in Middle-earth and never left it, and those who went to Valinor. The ones who remain in Middle-earth are the two primary groups called the Sindar and the Nandor. These are basically wood elves. The Nandor are the ones who will become famous in the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. The ones who go across, the elves who go to Valinor, who make it to Valinor, are the High Elves. The primary thrust of the story is that there's a rebellion among the High Elves. Some of the High Elves return to Middle-earth, rebelling against the Valar, get banished from Valinor as a consequence. But they come back in order to fight the big enemy. Melkor was his name, and the elves rename him Morgoth. And the wars between the High Elves who return to Middle-earth and Morgoth, that is the central drama of the whole early mythologies. The elves are very strong and they're very heroic, but they're fighting against essentially a god, and they get beaten.
Sauron's boss. Oh. I do want to take a moment to remind everyone in chat that elves is not Tolkien invention, but part of Nordic and Scandinavian mythology. Yes, that is true.
Down and beaten down, and until finally they are almost all destroyed in Middle-earth, and then there is the sudden shift, and the Valar relent and come to their aid and stomp Morgoth in the War of Wrath at the end of what will later be called the First Age, this early mythological period. Tolkien, in the middle of his life, begins to write a new story.
It began long ago.
The Hobbit, it was started as a story that he wrote for his kids.
It was like a one-off, yeah.
Which almost accidentally got shared with a publisher who really liked it and wanted to publish it. So this was not like a major...
I think I liked The Hobbit as a book better than The Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit was really good.
Creative undertaking that Tolkien took. It was a thing that kind of happened by chance. He'd been trying to get published for years, mostly failing anyway with his core major stories, and
it's
then this funny little story that he had made up for his kids gets published and becomes a massive success. But in that story, he basically recycles a lot of material. He had all this great material, and so we can see the elves in The Hobbit, both the wood elves of Mirkwood and the High Elves, which we primarily meet in Rivendell, are very much borrowed from, very similar to, not identical to, but very similar to the elves of his mythology. The sequel, of course, grows into The Lord of the Rings. So even when Tolkien enters what I call the integration stage of his career, when he's writing this new story...
I feel like this is pretty similar for a lot of writers, though. Hi, can you react to Genshin Impact lore? You know what? I may. Chaywan is the best. I may. Because I have been wanting to react to Arknight's lore, actually. Anyways, you could put that in the Discord. I might do it, though, I will say. I wonder why. I feel like this is similar to a lot of writers, though, I was saying, where... I wouldn't call myself a writer, but I do like to write a bit. And it's like a lot of writers have their own kind of universe. that they've made up with their characters. In my experience and talking to other writers, we all kind of have our own like universe and our own like characters and blah 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 blah. And a lot of writers get like one book published and then they're like, oh, I'm unleashed. Now I can tell everybody about my universe. Ha ha ha. This is like the gateway into everything else that I've created over my lifetime. It seems to be like a common theme where like one book gets published, like one snippet, and then they go like ham, they go hog wild.
And the sequel, The Lord of the Rings, really begins to kind of take off on him and become something bigger and greater than The Hobbit was. And he decides at that point that it should be part of the world, that he's going to combine it with the early mythology.
Literally, now I can unleash my OCs.
So that it's all going to make one big, huge story. Even after he makes that decision, the elves don't really change. The elves are a baseline for Tolkien. They were the core element of his mythology from the very beginning. In a lot of ways, they were the premise, the point of the whole mythology from the beginning. Now, in this mythology that Tolkien has invented for his world, it started with stories about elves, but they have to have a world first. So how is the world created and how does it work? And so he invented a sort of higher mythology, which involves a pantheon of gods. Now, the gods that he included are inspired by Greek gods, Norse gods, and Finnish mythology as well.
Oh.
Tolkien's world that he invented was from the beginning fundamentally monotheistic. There is one
monotheistic. That's one. Mono means one.
Creator
so one
God who created all things, and his name was Eru, the One, or Iluvatar. Tolkien almost always gives everybody at least two names.
Okay. John Ring. Yes, John Ring.
Iluvatar creates all things. But Iluvatar, Tolkien's god, is a delegator, right? The first thing that he does is he creates a group of spiritual beings who are his companions. And those are called collectively the Ainur.
Oh, it's Ainur. It's not Ainur. Ah. That makes more sense. Ainur, not Ainur.
Sort of angelic spirits. Okay. They help to create the world. And the way that Tolkien describes this is what he calls the music of the Ainur. It is through music that the world is created. They sing a song, the chorus of the Ainur. And their song is the song of the creation of the world. After the world is created, some of the Ainur, some of these spiritual beings who are with Iluvatar in the Timeless Halls, decide to enter into the world itself. Arda, you've got the universe that is, and you've got Arda, which is the little world. Some of the Ainur decide that they are going to enter into that, right? That they're going to go down and they're going to shape it and they're going to guide its history, just as they participate.
I really love in all of these stories, like this comes from Elder Scrolls too, when gods are just like, you know what? It would be fun if we came down to this like mortal plane and we just like fucked around a bit, you know? Now that'd be fun, wouldn't it? There's always some gods that are like, we could dabble in this, you know? We could like make a few like little creatures. We could like make some mountains there. We could like, you know, make them do funny things. I would do that too if I was a god. Me too.
Participated in its creation. Those of the Ainur who descend in, the greatest of them are called the Valar. These are the primary gods of Tolkien's mythology. They are often called gods by the mortals, elves and men and others who live in Middle-earth. There are also a lot of minor spirits which are associated with the Valar. So there are spirits of the air, and there are spirits of the earth, and there are spirits of the water. The minor spirits are called Maiar. But of course, there was conflict, right? And the conflict starts
Oh my god! That guy's wearing a spiky belt. He's being attacked by little baby cherubs. Damn, okay. Hi, Meowie! Hi! They basically start going crazy with the world. Literally, yeah, they're like, you know... you know what would be crazy?
Very beginning, the conflict starts during the music. The greatest of all of the Ainur rebelled, and he created a discord within the music.
Kitten confirmed.
His name was Melkor, and many other spirits attuned their song to his instead of to the...
Attuned their song to... Wait a second. Now this is giving me Brandon Sanderson world building. Isn't this the same as the what are they called? Holy shit, I can't think of it. What are they called? How did I forget? His song people. Someone. Damn you, Brando Sando. The songer, no. Oh, I can't think of their name. But he has like a whole... The singers, thank you. He has like a whole race that is basic. The Parshmen. What am I? Is this Warhammer? No, this is Lord of the Rings, Meowie. But like way before Lord of the Rings. The Parshendi, thank you. The singers. That you can attune to like their songs, and that's how they like have powers and things. Singing spells is a big thing in Finnish mythology. Oh! Brandon Sanderson absolutely was drawing from Tolkien on that. This is very interesting. Sanderson reacted strongly to try and differentiate his world and lore from Tolkien. He even wrote an essay in college called Kill All the Elves. What? He did? Can I read that? Can you find that paper online? Don't tell Pink. I would love to read that, actually.
Sort of the greater music.
Sorry, the song thing was just reminded me of that.
That a LoTR had originally propounded to them was Tolkien's word. So Melkor, he is the bad guy, right? And he also descends into Arda as well.
That looks like a bad guy, yeah.
And claims it for his own, thinking that he should rule it. And the conflict between the Valar and Melkor, and then between the elves and Melkor, is the primary plot line of Tolkien's early mythology. And one of the greatest of his servants is the guy who will later be known as Sauron.
Sorry. Akatsuki, every time you see something, you're always like, if evil, why hot? Bad? Kinda cute. I would. It makes me laugh every time because there's some evil guy in this. Akatsuki's like, why he cute though?
The primary villain of The Lord of the Rings. When Tolkien's story then shifts, right? When he starts writing his new story, The Hobbit, there are a bunch of ways in which we can see these old mythological concepts of the Ainur influencing the story, but probably the most famous moment where these spiritual beings appear in Tolkien's new story is Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. Tom Bombadil is a strange character. He's clearly one of the...
Tom Bombadil has one of the best names. I just love that. I wish I was named Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil. Like, that is just a main character name.
Ainur. He talks about coming in from the outside. He talks about being there in Arda, in Middle-earth from the very beginning. He is one of these spirits who has taken on physical form and entered into the world. And his wife...
Tim Stombadil. Yeah, if you see a new channel called Stim Stombadil, it's not me. I don't know who that is.
Goldberry is the daughter of the river. The biggest and most dramatic effect of the integration of his new story with his old mythology, as far as the Ainur are concerned, is the wizards. If you just read The Hobbit and focus on nothing but The Hobbit, Gandalf seems to be a dude who is a professional wizard. Mm-hmm. This idea changes, and when it changes most dramatically is when Tolkien decides to integrate the old mythology with the new story. And so here he decides the wizards are in fact Ainur, powerful but lesser spirits.
Wait, is he deciding this while writing Lord of the Rings? I'm kind of confused on the timeline because it's showing things from the movies, but is he just like, oh, wait, Gandalf's not just a wizard, he's actually Ainur. Oh yes, he is. Interesting. He's literally just winging it. He merged the first draft with his original notes. Oh yeah, that guy from The Hobbit, also an Ainur.
So not Valar, but they are some of the more powerful servants of the Valar. The Valar have looked out in this third age as Sauron is growing more...
Oh, I see. So Gandalf was just a wizard in The Hobbit, but he started changing it in Lord of the Rings when he integrated like the other aspects of his world building. So he just gave him depth, basically. He just fleshed out the world of The Hobbit more and integrated it in with his other world building stuff.
Powerful, and the great elf kingdoms of old are gone. The great human kingdoms of old are gone. Who can possibly oppose Sauron as he rises to power again? The wizards are the help. They are incarnated into bodies, and they are brought to Middle-earth, and they go about Middle-earth trying to help the peoples. Gandalf is the one who...
Do you guys remember when I said I didn't like Gandalf? And I almost got canceled by like everybody in chat. I just didn't really like Gandalf, okay? I know. I don't really like Gandalf. I had forgotten that. He just needed a six-pack. I don't know. I like Sauron better than... No, not Sauron. Oh, yes, I do like Sauron. You should be canceled. You can't say that. You're my boss. You can't. You don't want me to get canceled. You can't say that. Saruman is pretty cool. I like Saruman. I like Sauron and Saruman much better. Gandalf, it's okay. Why are we canceling? We're not canceling Stim. We're not. Honestly, I liked Gandalf the Grey. I do like Gandalf the Grey. I do like Gandalf the Grey. Did not care for Gandalf the White. I need your reasoning why you don't like him. I don't know. He's just kind of like, I'm Gandalf the Grey. I love hobbits and children and stuff. Not children in a bad way, but like, you know, he's like, I like nice things. Damn it, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. I just mean he's like no, I just mean he's like a nice grandpa kind of, and he's like, ooh, magic and stuff, and everybody likes him, and I'm like, yeah, Gandalf's cool. And then he's like, bitch, I'm Gandalf the White now, and I'm here to fight. And I'm like, wait, what? I don't know about this. Anyways, I have my reasons, okay?
Is the highest profile. He does the most good. Saruman, of course, fails. Right? Saruman fails, and he fails most spectacularly. There are, of course, three other wizards. The one who is mentioned in the text is Radagast the Brown, whom we're told is a particular friend to beasts and birds. We're not told very much at all else about Radagast the Brown. We know even less about the other two wizards, whom Tolkien later said were blue wizards. They went off into the east, and Tolkien never did tell the story about what happened to them. But Gandalf, as I said, becomes the centerpiece. He becomes the wizard who succeeds and who is the primary instrument of the Valar in helping Middle-earth in this final stage.
See, Gandalf the Grey is
his
cool.
primary
I
role,
like
the thing that he does, is he goes around and he inspires hope in people. That is the primary mission of Gandalf the Grey, who becomes Gandalf the White. This, by the way, is why Gandalf is able to be resurrected. Because he's not just a guy. He is one of the Maiar who is given a body, and that's why when Gandalf comes back, he's different.
Gandalf? Yes.
Oh!
That was what they used to call me.
I never understood that. It was never explained in the movies why he just comes back and he's like, oh yes, I guess I am white now. Was it explained? Anyways, that makes sense. If he's just like reincarnated again. History crossover with Lord of the Rings. Gandalf shouting, "You shall not pass," is a nod to the slogan French World War I generals Nivelle and Pétain made the motto of their troops. Ils ne passeront pas, or in English, they shall not pass, was meant to inspire defenders in battles against Germany. Tolkien was a soldier in World War I and likely heard the slogan in the trenches. Oh! Stop twisting my words! Oh yes, I guess I'm white. I didn't mean it that way. It's because it's Gandalf I'm talking about. Out of context, it sounds bad, but it's because it's Gandalf, you know. That's why he can say he's white now.
But he's more powerful because he's been given a new body and been given a new job. He's done his job well, and he is empowered to return and finish the job, which he does through the end of the Lord of the Rings. We have elves and we have men. Those two together.
The men are really creepy in Lord of the Rings. We all agree on that, right? Other than Aragorn. The men are really creepy. They're kind of weirdos. I don't really get it. They look like wax statues. They're very creepy. No?
Together are called the children of Iluvatar. The primary difference between elves and men is longevity. Elves do age very, very slowly.
Oh, I do like
but they don't
Faramir.
die
You're right.
of
I do
old
like
age.
Faramir.
Their life is
I
coterminous.
like Faramir. I mean the old men. Okay, let me be extra specific. The old men in Lord of the Rings are very creepy. Every single, like, old man that's a main character is kind of messed up.
With the earth. Humans only live a short time here within Arda, and then they die, and their spirits go somewhere else. The primary dimension that differentiates elves and men is their connection with Arda. Humans, however, when their spirits depart, they leave Arda behind entirely. The humans are called the aftercomers, the ones who are born second. The most important human story that Tolkien wrote was the story of Numenor. There are some surviving men who have survived the wars and who have been
Absolute outtake from my elderly hating Oshi. I don't hate the elderly, but they made them extra creepy in Lord of the Rings.
Faithful who have been the allies of the elves, and the Valar say, we're going to make you a special land. So they create them an island called Numenor. In the island of Numenor, the men grow to be wiser, greater. They are longer lived. They live like 200, 250, 300 years. They become taller.
Right.
They're just blessed in every way, the Numenorians. And they become the most amazing group of men ever in the history of the world. But they become discontented. They long for immortal life.
Of course they do.
Don't want...
This is the age-old story. Men never satisfied. Never satisfied. They always want more. They want like to be prettier. They want to be smarter. They want like more land. They want to be stronger. They want to live forever. It all comes down to men never being satisfied. In every single story. They crave more Warhammer minis. God forbid men have goals. Okay, when? Okay, you know, but the goal is just like completely taking over everything, I guess.
To die, they don't want to leave the world, and so they try to find ways to make themselves immortal. So increasingly, the Numenorians become discontent, and then they meet Sauron, the last Numenorian king.
He was a Numenorian king? Holy shit, this is blowing my mind. What? That's where Sauron came from? Oh. No, he wasn't. Oh. Oh.
Sets out to conquer him, and he takes Sauron captive.
I'm stupid. The last Numenorian king took Sauron. I see. I got excited. I thought he was saying Sauron was a Numenorian king. I see. Okay, I got excited. Wait, who was Sauron then? Someone said what he was. What was he? Sauron was not a Numenor. He advised them. Sauron was Maiar. She read the books, guys. Wait, is this in the books?
and he's brought back to Numenor. And when Sauron is in Numenor, he swiftly becomes the chief counselor of the king and convinces him to attack the Valar themselves and to take the immortal land by force, where they have become convinced that they will live immortally if they manage to...
Oh, right. Sauron was Melkor's top guy. Right. I forgot about that. Okay.
Conquer the undying lands.
He was like a wizard.
And the Luvatar smites
Maiar.
the island of Numenor, and it sinks beneath the sea. Almost all of the Númenóreans die, but a few of them survive. There are a few Númenóreans, a subset of the population, who are still faithful to their old friendship with the elves and the Valar. And they establish themselves, the last exiled remnants of Numenor in Middle-earth itself. The survivor of Numenor was named Elendil, and he gets together with the last king of the High Elves remaining in Middle-earth, and the two of them form the last alliance of elves and men, and they go and they attack Sauron and they throw him down for good and all. Isildur, Elendil's son, cuts the ring from his hand. The overthrow of Sauron is the end of the early mythology. But as he's writing The Lord of the Rings, things start to come together, and in particular that story of Numenor, which was so important to Tolkien. Frodo and the hobbits, as they're leaving the Shire, encounter Strider the Ranger in Bree. Strider becomes their guide and takes them to Rivendell, and this is how we meet the character of Aragorn, who is the...
Okay, chat, sorry to pause it, but were you an Aragorn girly or a Legolas girly? Which one? Aragorn? Wow, so many Aragorns. I was not a girly. Okay, you know what I mean. Gimli. I didn't ask if you were a Gimli. But okay. I did like Gimli too. I feel like I was into Legolas at first, and now I'm into Aragorn. So I guess my tastes have changed. Aragorn was a ranger. That's like plus 20 cool points for me as a kid. Should I describe it for you or get a box? Orlando Bloom and Cate Blanchett were fantastic castings. Yeah, I agree. We should specify movie Aragorn. Oh yeah, movie Aragorn. Chef's kiss. But I do like Legolas. He's just too pretty. He's just too pretty for me now.
The heir of Isildur and the future king of Gondor, the heir of Numenor. He becomes the Dunedain. Now, Dunedain is the word that's used in The Lord of the Rings for the descendants of Numenor. The descendants of Numenor are still among us in Middle-earth. Their descendants are lesser. It's been a long time since Numenor. But there are still descendants of the great people among us. Gondor, in particular, is where the people of Middle-earth joined together with the descendants of the Númenóreans, and together they made a kingdom which in Middle-earth...
I prefer Thranduil in The Hobbit to Legolas. Yeah, I agree with that. He's more daddy. She likes her men more rugged now. Yes.
Called the splendor of Numenor that was. The eagles are really important characters in Tolkien's stories from the beginning. In the early mythology, the eagles are spirits. They are Ainur. They are some of the servants of Manwë, some of the chief servants of Manwë. Manwë, of course, was the leader of the pantheon, right? He was essentially the king of Middle-earth, and he was the god of the air. And when the eagles come rolling in, it means that Manwë is taking a hand directly in events.
That's what the eagles
mean. They are also
mean.
One of the elements where we can see most clearly that Tolkien was not just imagining the Hobbit as part of his old mythology world from the beginning.
I always thought the eagles were kind of like a cop-out, you know? Like, now that we're here, how do I get the main characters out safely? I always felt like the eagles were just like, well, what if a giant eagle flew in and saved them? Boom. Solved. Yeah, flying plot device. That's literally what I thought the eagles were. Like, now that we're here, how do we get out of here? Boom, flying eagles, save them. We win. Good ending.
Beginning. Even in The Hobbit, The Eagles come by the end of the story to recall the Eagles of Manwë. In some ways, the high point of the whole Hobbit story is Bilbo crying out,
The Eagles are coming.
which is not only this miraculous rescue there, but again, there's an almost supernatural element there. In The Lord of the Rings, as the story develops and as he integrates the new story with the old mythology, the Eagles become the mechanisms by which the Valar are still taking a hand in helping the people of Middle-earth. This, of course, bears on the question which many people have asked, why don't they just fly on eagles to take the ring to Mordor? One reason why they don't do that is that would be a really bad story. The second reason, they would be really...
And it's over. The end. The ring is destroyed and it's over.
easy to see coming, and Sauron has an air force too. The
That's
third
true.
reason,
He's
the Eagles are not
the
mounts,
Nazgul.
right? It's thinking of them completely wrong. They are not just birds. They are certainly not just mounts. And so when they come in, they are allies who might be able to intervene, as they do intervene again at the very end of The Lord of the Rings, at the Battle of the Black Gate. They are allies, and they seem, by implication, to be allies sent even by the Valar to help in extreme times of need.
You know.
They're kind of like a manifestation of the Valar, basically being like, all right, shit's gone on too long, we're intervening now. That's my takeaway of that.
What they awoke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
One of the
Ooh,
most
the
dramatic
Balrog.
characters in The Lord of the Rings is the Balrog of Moria, right? And everybody loves the confrontation between Gandalf and the Balrog on the bridge of Khazad-dûm.
Shall not pass!
The Balrogs are really old characters. They are
Balrogs
there
are
almost
so
from
cool.
the beginning in Tolkien's mythology.
The
Melkor,
Balrog always just reminded me of Diablo, though.
of course, the big bad guy, when he comes into Arda at the beginning, he brings with him many spirits. The Balrogs are the chief of those. The Balrogs and Sauron served together under Morgoth. So when Gandalf is confronting the Balrog on the bridge of Khazad-dûm, it is a big, big deal. They are associated with shadows and darkness, but mostly with flame, and especially their whips of flame.
So cool.
This is some clothead's idea of a joke. I can only say it is in very poor taste.
Dwarves have perhaps the most dramatic evolution of any of the races in Tolkien's world. In the original mythology, dwarves are bad guys. They're servants of Morgoth. They're like right alongside the orcs. Tolkien not only does not emphasize that they're very skilled craftsmen, he says explicitly that they're not skilled craftsmen. All they care about is the bottom line. When Tolkien is writing his new story, his Hobbit story, he wants to include dwarves.
I did not know that. They were kind of just like little evil guys.
Heavily
Gimli stands coping.
influenced by the dwarves of his mythology. And remember, the dwarves in his mythology are not anything to brag about. They're
just
not
little guys.
heroes. But here's the thing. As he's writing the story, the dwarves transform. The dwarves change a lot over the course of The Hobbit itself. In Chapter 1, when they show up on Bilbo's doorstep, and they're
Oh
explaining
my god,
to
they're so creepy looking. Ugh.
Bilbo what happened, Thorin sings a song. All of a sudden, the dwarves are craftsmen, and they talk about their works of hand and
All of a sudden.
the beautiful things that they made. That idea emerges there in The Hobbit and becomes this dominant part of the story, so that when the dwarves get back to their treasure, it's no longer just about the money. It's now about recovering the work of their fathers and their homeland of old. And it becomes a really moving story. And Thorin becomes a really interesting...
Okay, this is gonna be a really stupid question. What dwarves came before Lord of the Rings? Or did this whole idea of like craftsmanship and being proud of their, fathers and things come from Lord of the Rings? It comes from Norse mythology again? Like that whole idea of like craftsmanship comes from Norse? Because I was just thinking, dwarves are always depicted like basically the exact same way. even if they're evil, they all are like craftsmen with axes and hammers that work basically underground and build things. So that all comes back to Norse mythology. Tolkien influenced a lot. But yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Also, Vikings weren't actually tall. That's just modern propaganda. A lot of that is people copying Tolkien. A lot of modern dwarf and elf concepts of fantasy come from Tolkien. That's so interesting because, like, basically every story sense, all dwarves are almost like generically the same, with the same beliefs, the same, I don't know, core tropes. It's kind of crazy. At least I feel like elves are quite varied. I mean, they're kind of the same, but like they are more varied. But dwarves are almost like cookie cutter for each like fantasy setting they're in, almost.
Interesting character. He has his really bad moment where he's threatening to throw Bilbo off the wall, victim of the dragon sickness and becoming overwhelmed by his desire for the treasure and his greediness, but he turns away from it. And in the end, Thorin Oakenshield dies a sacrificial death. Dwarves kind of become heroes over the course of The Hobbit. The new story changes the old mythology. So when he brings the two things together in his later career, he ends up having to change stuff about dwarves. But over the course of The Lord of the Rings in particular, we can see him beginning to develop further this idea of who the dwarves are and what they're like. They become clearly one of the free people, and now dwarves, elves, and men together become the core of what Tolkien calls the free peoples of Middle-earth. There are several
That's basically what Sanderson's kill elves thing is. People should stop copying Tolkien and do their own thing. That's so like wild that that became so ingrained in like pop. Would that be pop culture? That you can't even think of like dwarves without imagining like Tolkien dwarves. And they're all just the same. Norse dwarves just had their own realm and kept to themselves, no? D&D played a large part in it too, I would guess. I was just thinking about like every single video game I played, dwarves are exactly the same. And most books too.
Places in The Lord of the Rings that allude to the fact that the origins of the dwarves are uncertain. Right? That nobody's really sure about where the dwarves came from. Well, one of the reasons for this was that Tolkien was unsure where dwarves came from. He invented some stories, and he eventually decided that they were made by the god Aule, the Vala who is in charge of the earth, of stone, but also of craftsmanship. He was the smithing god. And he makes dwarves to be his helpers, but he doesn't really have the authority. But Iluvatar has pity on them and spares them, and he infuses them, the dwarves, with some of his own will. So we still have the two children of Iluvatar, elves and men, and the dwarves become the stepchildren of Iluvatar, retconning in Tolkien's mythology.
Okay.
Now the orcs are the primary bad guys. If you're fighting the armies of evil on the fields of Middle-earth, it's probably orcs that you're fighting. Orcs were part of the original mythology. The word orc was derived from Tolkien's Elvish languages. Orcs were basically constructs. They were manufactured by Morgoth. These were not independent races.
So creepy.
Tolkien says that Morgoth made them in mockery of elves. Morgoth filled the orcs with his spirit of hatred and cruelty. That's the role of orcs in Tolkien's early mythology. And this is a really important idea. This mythic concept of this embodied evil is an important element that we can see running through The Lord of the Rings. When Tolkien starts writing his new story, in his Hobbit story...
It's just so interesting because orcs in like Middle-earth are just like straight evil. They're just like born out of like evil hatred. Oh, they're so creepy! Whereas like orcs everywhere else are different. So that is, I don't know, very interesting to think about. Dwarfs all the same, orcs kind of different. I wonder why.
he included goblins. Now, he calls them goblins instead of orcs. Orc and goblin are, in Tolkien's world, really synonyms. Goblins of fairy tale tradition have a lot of similarities with the orcs of Tolkien's mythology.
They represent the evil industry.
The orcs create what is probably the single biggest problem in Tolkien's world. He decided, in writing The Lord of the Rings, that his old mythology wouldn't work in this new context. At the end of the day, he decided Morgoth could not actually create creatures of his own, right? It becomes part of his mythology that only Iluvatar, only God, has the ability to create a sentient race. Aule made the dwarves, but Iluvatar helps them along and adopts them. Well, if that's true, if only Iluvatar can create sentient races, then Morgoth couldn't have made the orcs as simple constructs. So Tolkien develops a second story, a second version for where orcs came from, and he goes back and he changes the mythology.
Oh, he's retconning. He's changing the mythology so that we can have orcs.
If all sentient creatures can only be created by Iluvatar, then logically, orcs have to be not a new species, but a corruption of an old species. Morgoth, back in the very early days, right after the elves awoke by the shores of Cuiviénen, Morgoth captured some of them, and he brought them back to his dark domain, and he tortured them, and he twisted them. And the result...
I see. So these are actually corrupted elves?
Was the orcs. The orcs are corrupted, twisted elves. Now, there are several different breeds of orcs. We know that the orcs of the Misty Mountains are sort of one way, and the Uruks of Mordor are bigger and stronger. But there's one major innovation that we see in The Lord of the Rings, and that is the group called the Uruk-hai.
Oh yeah, the Uruk-hai. I suppose this is why Elder Scrolls orcs are Mer. I mean, it does seem the same origin story. That orcs in the Elder Scrolls started out as Mer. The Hobbit CGI orcs are so ugly. Thank you for the 11 months, Fishin. I lost the bracket challenge by 2 points, but my team won it all, so I can't be too mad. That's amazing! At least our team won.
The Uruk-hai are the orcs of Saruman. We are not told definitively within the narrative
they're the special
exactly
Saruman
where
orcs.
the Uruk-hai came from. The speculation that we're given believes that they are a blending of the races of orc and men, that the Uruk-hai are the results of crossbreeding between orcs and men. The interbreeding of orcs and men does not bear thinking about.
Wait, is there female orcs? I don't know if I've ever seen one, now that I'm thinking about it. That's concerning.
Because that could only have happened in one of several truly horrifying ways.
Okay, we'll just fade to black on that and move on.
Dragons are a really important part of Tolkien's world and Tolkien's mythology. In the early stages of the wars between Morgoth and the elves, Morgoth decides he's got to do something to tip the scales. And so dragons are his answer. He designs the first dragon, and the first dragon, the father of dragons, was named Glaurung.
Yeah,
and the dragons
Glaurung
were originally wingless. Glaurung comes out and he does the job. Glaurung becomes one of Morgoth's chief captains, and he deals some devastating blows to the elves in the wars with Morgoth. And he releases the winged dragon during the War of Wrath at the end. The bad guys almost...
Dragons are also all evil in this universe, Stim. Not that I want to say it's the same here, but you know... I'm not evil! I'm your kind and benevolent dragon princess, okay? I'm not a Tolkien dragon. I'm a good dragon. I might have poison, toxic, acid breath, but that doesn't mean I'm bad. Don't profile me based on Tolkien dragons. I'm nice and kind. Don't you hate the... I don't hate the elderly! What do you mean? Stinky breath? Halitosis? What the? I can't stand for this. We're gonna have to build a bigger and badder oubliette to contain all you slanderers. Pink eyes, green dragon. That just sounds like a disease, okay?
Win. So the dragons have a major, major role in the early mythology. Now, when Tolkien begins his new story, his Hobbit story, ultimately, it's going to be a dragon story.
Dragons are cool, okay?
One
Dragons
minor,
are cool,
but
man.
really interesting bad guy in Tolkien's world are werewolves. Now, these are not werewolves in the like European tradition, who are human beings who get infected and transform into wolves at the full moon, but these are just especially evil wolves.
I'm sorry, but that's really funny. They're just really super evil wolves.
They're sort of more products of Morgoth's research and development department. They are the bodies of large wolves combined with...
You almost had me, and then you lost me, okay? You lost me.
Spirits. And it's interesting because Sauron is actually the one who spearheads the werewolf project. The werewolves don't come in for a whole lot of story.
Oh my god, I almost spit my drink out at that. The Wolf Wars. Don't bring the Wolf Wars into this, okay? That's a different time. That was a different time. I have PTSD.
However, in the new story, he brings the wargs back. In The Hobbit, the wargs are encountered, of course, right near the goblins, and they're the allies of the goblins. They're kind of borrowed from the old werewolves of the old mythology tradition. They're intelligent, they speak their own language, and they are the mounts of the goblins, but they're the allies. When Tolkien begins to integrate these things, the wargs stay, but he kind of downplays the wolves. The wolves get really kind of put aside. Some orcs still ride wolves, but the wolves themselves
they really underutilize the evil wolves.
My dear Frodo, hobbits really are amazing creatures.
You may be interested by the fact that we're only now getting to hobbits. Hobbits are really the iconic Tolkien race.
They really are.
He might have thought about elves first and foremost, but for the modern reader...
That is kind of funny. It seems like Tolkien really liked elves. Like, he glazed elves hard. Elves are just the best, but he's kind of known for hobbits. Like, the hobbits were, like, the thing that he's known for. The hobbitses.
The modern audience, it's all about the hobbits. Hobbits emerged when he started writing his new story. In fact, Tolkien was so poor that he signed up to grade exams. So there was one essay, he was in the middle of grading it, right? And he flips over the page, and they left a page blank. And so on this blank page... You
can't even call halflings hobbits because his estate is so protective of the name? Is it? Interesting. It's like everybody kind of took elves from Tolkien, but nobody really cared to take hobbits. Unless that's what halflings are. But like he wasn't super like protective over... I know elves existed before, but he like made them very popular, you know what I mean?
He takes his pen and he writes, "In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit." And he had no idea what a hobbit was. So the first story of the Hobbit story was him figuring out what a hobbit was.
Oh, it's because Tolkien can't copyright elves, but he can copyright hobbits? Is that what you're saying?
And he decided that hobbits were these funny little people. And he developed the whole hobbit culture, which has become absolutely beloved by modern readers. The world of the hobbit...
Wait, was there no halflings before hobbits? Was hobbits the invention of halflings? Really? Oh, I didn't realize that. They're just completely Tolkien created. Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought they had existed before.
That's really...
Yes, he invented short people.
kind of took over.
Okay.
The original seed of the Lord of the Rings story was the long-expected party. Bilbo's farewell party, where he brings in all of his relatives and then insults them and shocks them all and vanishes and hands things off to Frodo. But Tolkien didn't know what Frodo was going to do or where he was going to go. As the story of the Lord of the Rings developed, the hobbits don't really change.
Do you see what Duolog said? Did you know Stim is tall? See, I told you, I'm tall. I'm taller than the average woman. I am 5'5.5". Confirmation. Taller than Logs. Me and Duologs are the same height. Five and a half in inches and feet. I'm not 5'6", I'm 5'5.5". It says on my driver's license, okay?
Very fundamentally. Their culture remains very much the same. Their role, of course, becomes really important. And them as the representatives of the little people, of small people who are not themselves very important, yet accomplishing big things, becomes one of the major themes of The Lord of the Rings. Now, Tolkien never really explains. So it seems the most likely explanation within Tolkien's mythology of hobbits is that they are somehow a subspecies of men that, at some point, and for some reason, became small.
They just became small. I don't know what do you mean? They're just small men, okay? I don't know how, I don't know why, but they are just small men. You have to accept it.
There are other sub-races of men that he introduced kind of like hobbits in this way. Humans in Tolkien's world are kind of malleable.
There's more where that came from.
One of the other bad guy races are trolls in Tolkien's world.
I love the trolls.
They're weird, they're funny, they speak in Cockney accents. The trolls are really just
love
kind
a
of
Cockney
fun
accent,
characters, fun villains that he invents on his own. The chief characteristic of the trolls, apart from, being large, strong, not very intelligent, and man-eating, is that they turn into stone when the sun shines on them, because they in fact permanently turn into stone statues if sunlight falls upon them. That's of course the story in The Hobbit. It's how they escape from the trolls.
Just like me, for real.
It's Mr. Bilbo's trolls.
Isn't that a Norse thing? A Norse mythology thing? Trolls? Or wait, what mythology is that from? Trolls turning to stone in the light. That's a thing from mythology. Yes, okay, that's what I thought.
Now, Treebeard the Ant tells us in The Lord of the Rings that the trolls are made by the enemy
trolls and giants
in mockery
are
of Ents, as the orcs were of elves. Trolls were sort of animated stone, just as Ents are kind of animated trees, right? That they are creatures who are fundamentally made out of stone and who are enslaved to the will of Sauron.
It's talking, Mary. The tree is talking.
Tree? I am no tree.
Man,
Giants
I love Ents.
have
They're
an
so
interesting
funny.
history in Tolkien's
They're so
world.
cool.
Giants are, of course, a staple of traditional
Tree? I am no tree.
fairy tale stories.
That's
in the early
spot
mythology,
on.
there are some
Nailed it.
references to giants. It seems like giants kind of exist, but he never really told any stories about giants. Treebeard, originally, in Tolkien's idea, was a Jack and the Beanstalk style giant.
What a cute little tree
But at the
giant.
same time, this other idea was beginning to grow in Tolkien's mind and to begin to become an element of the story, and that is the idea of sentient trees, which can communicate.
Oh my god, this goes back to Elder Scrolls 2! Wasn't one of the first creatures sentient magical trees? What the? It's all connected. It's all connected.
Even, in a way, and which can move and act against the hobbits. And these trees, they're not evil per se,
The hist,
but they're
yeah.
hostile, very hostile to the hobbits. And they're hostile because, from a tree's perspective, these little bipeds, right, they come in with their axes and they want to clear land for farming, right, and other useless things like that from the tree perspective. They're not servants of Sauron. They're not creatures of Morgoth or anything like that. They're just territorial and they don't like...
This is true. Tolkien was heavily influenced by Elder Scrolls 2.
bipeds much at all. The moment comes when the hobbits come, Merry and Pippin, of course, are coming to Fangorn Forest, another ancient forest down in the southern part of the world. In that moment, Tolkien has one of these flashes of inspiration, which just transform things, and he realizes, wait a second, this is a giant who is a tree, and he becomes Treebeard the Ent. As soon as he makes this decision, as soon as he realizes, no, this is not a Jack and the Beanstalk style giant we're talking about here. The entire chapter, the entire Treebeard chapter, chapter 4 of book 3 of The Two Towers, emerges almost word for word in one draft.
Wow.
The story of Treebeard
In one
and
draft?
the Ents, how they were woken up and taught language by the elves, all comes together in one shot. In The Two Towers, we have Treebeard and the Ents.
Imagine just having like a eureka moment and writing the entire history of the Ents in like one moment. Like, ah, yes, I know now. This is how it works. This is their history. This is what they do. This is what they believe in. This is like, that's crazy.
But we also have this middle class of creatures called Huorns. Hence, as they are related to trees, some of the trees wake up and learn to talk back.
Oh.
So Huorns are in fact a sort of middle stage. They're wakeful trees or they're sleepy Ents. So when the Huorns come in and armies of Huorns take out the army of orcs after the Battle of Helm's Deep and invade Isengard, that's what Tolkien's talking about.
They're taking the hots to Isengard.
One of Tolkien's favorite villains from the beginning were giant spiders. From the very beginning of his mythology,
creepy.
one of his
Spider
big villains was named Ungoliant.
It's too late, but that was your spider warning. You're not already scared off. That's spiders.
Gloomweaver, and she's a gigantic spider. She is like the embodiment of darkness itself. And her role in the early stories, in the early mythologies, she's an ally of Morgoth. Now, Ungoliant did have children. She had a brood of giant spider offspring. Which then go on to trouble the land and to become characters in other stories. We have, of course, the giant spiders of Mirkwood. That Mirkwood is a dark place where light is choked off, and in the midst of this dark and gloomy forest is the spider colony. We're also told that they're bitter enemies of the Wood Elves. So when Tolkien came to write The Lord of the Rings, he decided early on, when Frodo and Sam were going to get into Mordor, one of the last obstacles they...
I think this is where I got scared. I think this is where I developed my fear of spiders. This is hard to watch for me. I really don't like spiders.
We're going to have to pass was giant spiders.
Oh, thank you. That's...
Sauron...
Okay, that's it. Okay. I kind of was thinking, what's that? What's that D&D god? The spider lady. Why are spiders considered like evil, you know? Lolth. Yeah. Do you think she was inspired by like evil Lord of the Rings spiders? I mean, just look at them. I guess they do look very scary and evil, kind of. If evil, why hot?
Is with
I remember my mom had to look away whenever there were spiders in movies.
Morgoth from the beginning. Sauron was originally one of the servants of Aule, the god of craftsmanship. This is why he becomes the one who forges the Rings of Power. The story of the forging of the Rings of Power, however, comes a good deal later. And in fact, that does not originate in the early mythology at all. It originates from the new story. When Tolkien is writing The Hobbit, he includes the necromancer. At the end of The Hobbit, we are told that Gandalf went to meet with all the other wizards and kicked the necromancer out of southern Mirkwood. When Tolkien sits down to write the sequel, he quickly fixes on the necromancer as a very likely antagonist for the sequel. He decided to send his Hobbit protagonists on an adventure, and they hear the sound of hoof beats coming up the road from behind them. Now, they think this is probably Gandalf. In the very first draft, when Tolkien wrote this, a horse comes around the corner, and it is Gandalf. He goes back to where he had said it was a white horse. He decided it was a wraith, and it was a wraith in the service of the necromancer, and that it is hunting for Frodo. Why would it be hunting for Frodo? And as he begins to work this out, the whole story...
Oh my god, it's so interesting learning how he put the story together in his head. Because I kind of relate to this in the way of how I build stories, is I think of like moments, and then you make up afterwards why those moments are happening. So he's like, okay, I want Frodo to have this encounter with the, like, what are they called? The Nazgul rider guy? But why would he have this encounter with him? Oh, because he took the ring, and then you like write the story kind of like backwards. The process of stringing them together is interesting. It's really, I love hearing how writers make their storylines.
Of Sauron and the Rings of Power begins to emerge. He puts his own will to dominate the wills of others into the Ring of Power. He convinces Celebrimbor, one of the old High Elves, to stay in Middle-earth after the War of Wrath. He convinces him to forge other Rings of Power, and his idea is to use those lesser Rings of Power to ensnare the leaders of all of the good races. But it doesn't work, because the elves figure out what he's up to.
Because the elves are
He
smart.
ends it with the survivors of the Númenóreans and the last of the High Elves joining together in the last alliance of elves and men to take down Sauron. He inserts the Ring of Power now into that story and says that at that time they cut the Ring of Power from Sauron's hand and is eventually found by Bilbo in The Hobbit and comes to Frodo here in The Lord of the Rings.
Do they ever explain what the Ring of Power does? Like, I know they, like, hint at, like, some of the powers of it. But do they ever really explain, like, everything it does? Like, is there, like, a D&D card for, like, the Ring of Power that just says, like, everything it's supposed to do? It just lets Sauron control you? It's supposed to be vague on purpose. I know it makes you invisible and you can, like, do things with it, but it basically just puts Sauron's will on you, so you have to be, like, a servant of Sauron? Is that, like, the gist of it? It's never strictly explained. It controls the other rings, but it's absolute power via the will of Sauron. Oh, hi, Strawberry Possum. It's a power amplifier for Sauron. It lets him control the minds of people wearing the lesser rings. So it just makes Sauron stronger? It does give powers to the wielder of the rings, though. That's what I was kind of asking, like, what it's supposed to do, like, what else it does. It makes people who are not Sauron invisible. It's hinted stronger characters like Gandalf could use it for greater things. Corrupts and magnifies your worst traits. Grants a longer life, too, yeah.
So one of the things that Sauron made were these 9 rings. He tried to ensnare all of the races. It didn't work out. He gives his 9 rings of power to 9 kings among the different human cultures of the time. And he ensnared them by the promise of immortality. He delivers on that promise in a warped and twisted way. Their wills become enslaved to him, and they are, in fact, stretched out. But they don't even have bodies anymore, right? They become...
Oh, wow! That's how... Oh, my God! I swear I've watched the movies and read the books, but I forgot that they were the 9 original kings. Wow, okay.
Spirits who are chained to this world.
That makes sense.
So the ring
that
wraiths,
makes sense.
as we see them, they are his most terrible servants. They are themselves enslaved in a way that is
the ring wraiths are the holders of the 9 human rings.
The power
yes,
of their own lives and keeps them here
I
in this world.
forgot.
There are 2 other categories of tormented spirits that I would mention in particular. The hobbits, as they're traveling out of the Shire very early on in their journey, have to go through the Barrow Downs. In these barrows, there seem to be unquiet dead who are called Barrow Wights. And they are sent into the graves and they animate these corpses. The other group of tormented spirits that we meet are the Oathbreakers. These ghosts are not like Barrow Wights. These are actually the lingering spirits
the
of
human
people
spirits
who used to be alive. They were a tribe of people who lived in Gondor and who swore their allegiance to Isildur. But when Isildur comes to them and calls them up and says, hey, we're going to war, time for the Battle of the Last Alliance, join us, they didn't come.
They're like, nah, I'm good. You, good luck with that, but we're just gonna watch. We're good. We're not about that war.
Isildur cursed them and said,
imagine
you
saying
shall
that
never
to Isildur
rest again until you fulfill your oath. So when Aragorn comes, he is the heir of Isildur. So he has the authority and says, I'm going to give you a second chance, guys. It's now time to fulfill your oath again. And they do. And Aragorn uses the army of the dead. He deploys the army of the dead to save the day at the Battle of Pelennor Field.
Yay,
but after the Oathbreakers help them with that initial battle, Aragorn releases them.
That's pretty cool. I did like that part.
And
the
that
ghost
was
army.
Each and every race in Tolkien's Middle-earth. I hope this helps you to understand a little bit better about how Tolkien's ideas developed, and I think it's a really fascinating study in the growth of a modern mythology.
This is really good.
And of course you can see how much of modern fantasy ideas emerged from Tolkien's world.
It did help. I actually liked this video. because it explained a lot of how he made Middle Earth. It wasn't just like every race in Middle Earth, it was basically how he created kind of the story and the races and the world building for it. Whoa, every Batmobile! Every Stormtrooper! Stim, I'm watching a dog play with my socks. Oh, cute. My dog loves my socks too. I said we would probably watch a Luton video, but I lied because we're over 4 hours. And I'm gonna go, so I'm sorry, Luton. Okay, next time, I'll start with the Luton video. Nobody could have seen this coming. I'll start with the Luton video next time, I promise. I have a subathon on Saturday. I got lots of work to do. I gotta rest my voice. I'm already losing my voice. All women lie to Luton. I'm sorry. I will watch a Luton video soon. No, we can never watch Luton. It's more funny this way. Soon, TM. I'm sorry, Luton, if you're watching this. I will watch a Luton video soon. I promise. Soon, TM. Alright, I'm gonna go. I have lots of work to do and stuff to do. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for watching some lore videos with me. This is very fun. We'll do more soon. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Mechanicus 2, I think. I think. Oh yeah, I have a Patreon. I'm gonna do something there soon, I promise. It's been really busy. I haven't had internet for like a week, but I also have a Patreon. Okay, bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.